The fourth and final day here at the Kia Oval. Surrey hosting Leicestershire, who have played magnificently well yesterday. They ended up getting to 691 before they were eventually dismissed, which means they take a 171-run lead into the second half of this match as Surrey now begin their second innings deep in the hole. Adam Collins with you, Daniel Norcross with me. A full day of cricket ahead of us. Leicestershire, the only team who can win from here. It'll be fascinating to see how they start, how they bowl. And of course, Surrey, they need to put in a shift. Good morning to you.
Good morning. They had the almost perfect day yesterday, didn't they, Leicestershire? I think if you were going to find any fault with them, it would have been, might they have been 30, 40 runs further advanced? Because the reason why I put that out there is that in 80 overs, and that's when you'll think they'll have to do the bulk of their damage, in that time, Surrey, if they bat through 80 overs, they'll get to a point where they'll almost have got themselves safe. So a second new ball perhaps, well, it may yet be in our future. There is the prospect of a little bit of light rain around as well in the middle of the afternoon, but the task for Surrey is clear. It's really to bat the full day. It could be that they don't need to go quite to the end of it, but if they do, if they're still there after 80 overs, what they'll want is to get out of Dixie quickly, shake hands, and for it all to be done. For Leicestershire, this is an opportunity. They've basically got 80 odd overs to bowl Surrey out, and
you would think so, wouldn't you?
Not impossible on a final day.
Yeah, you would think that as Ian Holland prepares to start this fourth and final day from our Vauxhall end, first ball of every session for Stadium Support Services. Yeah, 80 odd, that's what I thought as well. If they give themselves that window of time to take the 10 wickets, and they should have enough time to chase in the fourth innings. Time will tell. How will it play out? Day 4 begins. Rory Burns safely out to the offside. 3 slips, 6-3 field, starting around the wicket.
And it's an important first session, of course, for Burns and Sibley. Of Surrey's top 6, they're the only ones not to have registered a century. Beyond that, you got that explosive knock from Jordan Clark in the first innings. Tom Laws has hit an 83. Surrey bat really, really deeply. But Burns and Sibley haven't got going yet, so this is an opportunity for them to get some runs on the board.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. From a Surrey perspective, if you're looking at it, setting up the season, knowing where they are at this point, banking the points for the draw, they've collected 6 points so far with batting and bowling. But if they get out of it with a draw and a couple of their batters can make some serious runs today, that's not nothing, especially having had such a poor day yesterday.
And fans of numbers, they'll like to see Jamie Smith bat early and make his assault continue on his upward path. He, of course, has got over 300 runs already this season. Gets another opportunity to bat. I think Ollie Pope, I mean, obviously, what they'll say is they'd rather not bat at all. They'd rather Burns and Sibley bat out the day, but it would be no bad thing for Ollie Pope to get another run out. He got that 100 in the first innings. And he's very much a kind of form player, isn't he? If he gets going at the start of the season, he could score mountains of runs. For Leicestershire, it's going to be tough because unless this pitch suddenly changes its entire nature overnight, taking 10 wickets is going to be tricky. I mean, 5 of the Leicestershire wickets that fell yesterday fell in the sort of pursuit of runs. So while Leicestershire were going on their merry way, we got to a point when the sort of 15 wickets had fallen in 8.5 sessions.
Oh, knocks him over straight away. Middle and off stump. Maybe an inside edge on the way through. Burns gone for a duck. The best possible start for the visitors. Surrey have lost a wicket without scoring. The captain's gone.
Game on. Well. Need to see this again to see if it was bat assisted, but it's a spectacular dismissal, isn't it? It's a little bit close to Burns for the shot he was playing, a forceful shot off the back foot. It's come back into him on the angle. And, well, those stumps have been well and truly splattered. What a fabulous start for Leicestershire. And there'll now be some jitters as Jamie Smith walks out at number 3. He's going to face a ball before Dom Sibley's faced one himself, effectively opening the batting here for Surrey.
Leicester fans have got to believe in themselves here. You've got to believe in your team. They've done it with the bat. 9 wickets to go. Back up the steps as Jamie Smith walks down to replace him. 166 of the best in the first innings, the first day, which feels an eternity ago. But the man in form.
Well, they couldn't really have asked for a better start than this, could they? It'll have been what they've been visualising. Get a quick one. Get it early.
So we'll get another look at the wicket here. So Rory Burns off stump out of the ground, middle stump bent back. It was round the wicket on the angle. It might have just kissed an edge either way. Playing very close to his body. Extra movement on the angle. And Holland, who toiled away in the first innings, took him a long time to get into the book, has done so with his 5th delivery this morning. Brilliant stuff from the skipper.
Well, what delight as well. It's a wicket like that can really make you believe. If Surrey had got off to a kind of steady start and negated the new ball, then the kind of narrative of the first 3 days would come flooding in to the Leicestershire players' consciousness. Instead, then they've been given a massive fillip.
So he's 3 slips behind Smith as he takes guard. Ian Holland, a cagey cricketer. He's been all around the world playing his craft over a long stretch of time.
Also got rid of the left-hander.
Yes, that's true.
It's right-handers pretty much all the way now, isn't it?
4th man jumps into the cordon for that natural outswing that Holland will enjoy to the right-hander. First one at Smith. Spot on. Right where he needs to be. A wicket maiden to begin for Leicestershire. Surrey, none for 1. Burns gone for a duck. See it again. Reverse angle of the dismissal. Wasn't clear on the front on whether he might have just kissed the inside edge. Maybe this will be more conclusive. Either way, the result was emphatic.
I'm not sure that it is. I'm not sure it is conclusive.
No.
I think there may have been a little brush of the inside edge, perhaps.
So Josh Hull will get us going from the Mickey Stewart Pavilion end.
He did for Sibley in the first innings, didn't he? He's got to try and get that length full. The wicket ball he got of Sibley was the one that came in, swung back into the pads, hit him on the knee roll just below, bang in front of middle. And he'd been slightly guilty of dropping his lengths a trifle short at Hull until that ball.
So Sibley, who was so outstanding last year, led Division 1 for runs, 1,257 of them.
He's got a task here, hasn't he? He's not had a great start to the season. He's been up against new ball in horrifying conditions up at Edgbaston.
Leg gully.
That first day.
Leg gully in, which is how it played out in the first innings. The leg gully went in, he was out next ball for what it's worth. Leg before to Hull. In that direction goes Sibley, first ball. Whipped away for 4. First runs for Surrey.
Don't mind that from Hull, though. There are runs to play with for Leicestershire here, and he's got to try and get it up there. See if it's going to swing. See if he can get Sibley playing around his front pad. Yeah, he's erred slightly. There's a little too full, and it's a little too far down the leg side. But the idea is the right one.
Sunny day here at the Oval. Ben Cox brilliant yesterday, keeping in the sun hat. That's unusual, but I love it.
Oh, yeah. Good jaunty air. Sort of like those 1930s photos.
So a deep square's gone straight back, second sweeper, so the square leg umpire's jumping across the point.
Yeah, the only thing that could make it better would be a white cravat. Whack on a white cravat. Touch the Eddie Painters.
Better. So Hull in the first innings, the only wicket he took was Sibley, and he went at 6s, 1 for 121 from his 20.
Well, he's the quickest of the Leicestershire bowlers, 79 miles an hour that ball. What he didn't get any joy with, and nobody has on this surface, is putting it in short. It's a kind of pitch that if you put it in short, it just gets whacked away. And even with his height, he wasn't really getting the ball up above chest or shoulder height. So, especially with this new ball, I just want to see him attacking those stumps. Oof, we'll go across.
Movement across him. So we've seen Hull with the new ball trying to move it back towards the right-hander. That shows that he has the one that can hit the seam and deviate away. Something for Sibley to think about early on this fourth morning. Think about what this... We talked a lot, Phil Walker and I, yesterday, about what this means for Leicestershire.
It's massive.
Coming up to Division 1, opening up an opportunity to win here for the first time since 2010.
Getting your highest score against Surrey in your history.
That's right. This could be a momentous day for the Foxes if they can stick the landing. Still heaps of work to do, but an early wicket helps most certainly. One hand off the bat, extra bounce, but Sibley gets himself a single.
I mean, you think about the many splendid Leicestershire teams there have been over the years, the likes of Davison and Duddleston, David Gower, Tolchard. None of them managed to stick 691 past Surrey.
We talked yesterday about what the Wisden Cricket Monthly cover might be, with a list of Leicester legends, both on and off the field, for Phil, if it comes to pass.
Martin Johnson.
He was in there, don't you worry. Engelbert Humperdinck.
Phil Long.
Phil Long. Hope you're listening, Longy, the great stats man.
He must be, struggling with his own emotions.
Yeah, it's okay now. Now the game's with. We will do it. We will do it for sure. But yeah, it's less urgent now as the game's on. Thanks. For the first time to Smith, back of a length.
If you're watching, Longy, let us know. And any of you really, you can email us surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
I think that applies for Leicester members and fans, full stop.
Absolutely.
If you've been watching this team in Division 2, toiling away 2 seasons ago, they became so difficult to beat under the leadership of Peter Hanscom. Last year, winning 5 of their first 7 to virtually guarantee promotion by halfway through the season. Winning the comp up to Division 1. Soundly beaten last week, but coming here to the Oval. What today represents for you watching at home. Catches the call, it's uppish, but it's wide of the man at point for 4. So Smith off the mark, completes the over, 9 runs from it.
Now runs are going to be important for Surrey here, especially if they were to lose wickets. Sounds kind of weird, doesn't it? But reason being that deficit 171, it's not the sort of 240, 250, which meant that Surrey just have to bat all day. It is a target that if Surrey get to, but they've lost some wickets, they can think, right, we get past them, that's another 2 and a bit overs we're going to take out of the game. Any run after that is runs that Leicestershire will have to get at the back end of the day, should it come to that. So Surrey have got the kind of players in Smith and Pope especially, and Dan Lawrence, who are always going to be looking to be positive. Whereas, Dom Sibley is going to play his own way at his own tempo. Ben Folkes, we know, can dig in. I mean, we saw him against Somerset, ultimately in a losing cause, but really dig in. But Surrey have got a proactive middle order, and if they're going to get out of this unscathed, then a positive attitude, putting runs on the board, and actually just getting that field moving away. There's 4 slips in place here.
Love this. So that 4 slip's quite close, but that's a reflection of the 4th day pitch. Love this. What looks to be, in all probability, Dad with his little girl running around. Where else would you want to be but the Kia Oval on a day with so much on the line? Get down and watch. We talk about work from home.
Oh,
here we go. Cryptic crossword early on.
If anyone could zoom in, I might try and help out.
That's a good task for our outstanding camera operators. They'll get you that. We talk a lot about, just to end that point, we talk a lot about coming on a Friday to work from home.
Yeah,
right?
Monday.
It's one thing to come on Friday, which is, which is the new, I think people consider Thursday nights to be the new Friday nights.
Yeah.
This is the day to be here.
Yeah, definitely.
Monday here at the Oval. Packed cordon, home team under the pump.
Jamie Smith at the
Smith at the wicket. Ollie Pope next in. Dom Sibley, the machine's still out there too. So much to play for a team that's been recently promoted. Get down to the Kia.
And a team that you'll have seen very little of, because Leicestershire don't play Surrey in the T20s. They're in the wrong division. They haven't been in the first division. Surrey haven't played against them here at the Oval since 2015. So there's the thrill of the new. And you're right, Monday. Who wants to be in an office on a Monday? Make this your office.
One that goes the other way, well negotiated by Sibley to one of 2 men back on the leg side.
I had a handy revelation today. There's a song on in my kind of like playlist in Spotify that lasts just the right amount of time to get me from my front door into the commentary box. Just one song.
Like a 17-minute song or something.
22-minute
song.
22.
A 22-minute an epic of sorts.
It's actually, when it was released, was at the whole side of an LP.
Tell me.
It's Pink Floyd's Echoes.
Okay.
It starts on my doorstep, and then I march my way down Trinity Road into Tooting Beck Tube Station.
Do you take the shortcut through that? Whenever I go to your place, I take the shortcut through the church. Do you do that?
Yeah, of course.
Yep.
Yeah. Well trodden path, that. And I even had to wait 2 minutes for a tube, so I could even have gone more languidly if the train had been there straight away. This might be my new routine. I've also discovered definitively that it's better
catching cover, catching mid-wicket, both in. Slower ball. Change up early on to Jamie Smith to keep him thinking. 10 miles an hour slower to finish. 10 for 1 the score. Early wicket here. Rory Burns was bowled by Ian Holland in the first over of play, Daniel.
From Oval Tube Station. So here's a tip. I've worked it out for you guys. You may well already know this, but this is the definitive truth. It's been timed. It's been verified. It's been distance calculated. It's better to come in anti-clockwise rather than go round the Harleyford Road. So come in the Edrich Gate.
Yep.
Walk into the concourse, go past Smokey's Bar.
Yep.
Come round this way, the gas holder side, to get into the commentary box.
I'm just trying to think.
Because I had for years...
Yeah, instinctively gone round behind the bed.
You walk round the mural and all that, Stay outside, feel the hum, the buzz, the atmosphere.
But you've timed it.
Yeah.
How much quicker has Hull?
Minute and a half.
Wow.
Serious. For a man like me
on the leg side.
But, a man like me who likes to do the nick of time to arrive here in the nick of time. Apart from anything else, because there's no greater pleasure to be had than creating panic in a producer.
George did put this to me. He goes, I'm not sure. And I go, don't worry. Daniel's never been late for anything. I've known him for a decade. He's always on time, but he's always just on time. I mean,
it became such an obsession with me that I used to have a producer called Tim Peach at the BBC. And I couldn't bear to be so far on time that I would actually lurk in a separate room just to increase his panic, and then stroll in with 10 seconds to go.
Again, they've fed him on the leg stump a couple of times here. Hull has to find some rhythm here to get himself into the game. What you can't allow is Jamie Smith to feel set, given how well he's been playing, and not looking to do anything outlandish, I should say, in the 200s he's made so far, batting at a tempo that's suited the game conditions.
Absolutely.
That's what I like. I hope they're skipping school, those three. I mean, I shouldn't probably say that.
Well, it's Easter holidays, isn't it?
No, it's finished today. Well, at least at my daughter's school.
Are they back already?
I'm not sure. Some schools might go back later. That might be the logic.
Dare I say it?
Do you get a longer break if you go to different school?
If you pay for it,
your longer holiday?
You get less education. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the state school around the corner from my house where my daughter goes to primary school.
Yeah, you're there all the time. Well, that's because it's serving a really useful social purpose, which is to cage the sprogs, as Andrew Miller used to describe it, the writer at ESPN Crick Info. Whereas if you pay for the privilege, I mean, I used to have 8-week summer holidays. My parents were teachers, so I had a week either side, beginning and the end of the holidays.
Which is why Father Marriott got so much cricket in.
That's right, yeah. That's how he got
There's a call back to day 2 of the match if you're listening to the coverage on day 2. If you haven't, you can follow it on YouTube, the interview about the great Father Marriott in his summer holidays. Again, down the leg side. Hull hasn't quite got it right here. I'd consider an early change here if I were Holland. I would be thinking you can't let these two settle. You can't let them have a quiet quarter of an hour.
New ball's key, isn't it?
It's vital. Not to dismiss Hull as an asset here today at all, but I've seen Pat Cummins lead that Australian team for the last 5 years. If someone's not right straight away, he just gets them off. He doesn't wait for the 3rd or 4th over. If Stark's not firing, gets him off.
Yeah.
So even himself he's done before. And he trusts the fact that the rotations will work for him.
In part, he's just trying to get that LBW again, isn't he? He's trying to swing it back into the pads.
Yeah, we'll see. Better. But that's nicely struck from Smith, who's seeing it so well that he gets his foot to the pitch of the ball, or near enough to it. And he's able to find the long boundary. He's second for his 9.
I don't think Ian Holland should mind that, because he's trying to do the right thing here. Yeah, he's missed his length by 6 inches to a foot, and it hasn't swung back in for him. But he knows that Jamie Smith's going to go after it, and there's a reason why there are 2 slips and a gully in place. Yeah. So, look, I think he's got a little bit of leeway here.
But I wonder whether, if that's the approach, that in such a strong position, 154 ahead, whether there's an argument for a third or a fourth. Down the other end with Holland bowling, that's the configuration they're enjoying.
No, that's very true, and the deep third's actually a kind of wide, deep backward point, isn't he?
What purpose is he actually serving when you've got these many runs after yesterday, this many runs? Again, that's gone across him. That looks like the more likely mode of dismissal for mine than the one coming back. We'll see. 17 for 1 after 4. The early wicket was Burns. We saw eventually 8 wickets yesterday, but boy, it took some time. 2 in the first session, and there were none in the middle session, and then 5 to finish it off. The majority of them came in a clump at the end.
I missed all of them.
Remarkable work was done. That 227 run stand between Eskenazi and Cox, who were both brilliant. Eskenazi an even 100. Cox 162, his highest score in first-class cricket. His 7th 100.
His hands all over the clues.
Oh, can we catch that one just on the right? Maybe not.
Yeah, what's a quintogram? I mean, the sort of inflation of puzzling. He just used to be a Sudoku in a quick crossword, didn't it? And now, I think, if you want to get all your puzzles done and have a productive day, you've got to set the alarm an hour early.
So 3 slips instead of 4. Holland to Sibley, catching mid-wicket, the other man in close, leaving alone on the basis of line there.
Our producer George has shamed me this morning already. He's played me a piece of me trying to unnerve Cam Ponsonby, and has essentially said that's quintessential Partridge. Am I turning into Partridge?
Well, I did say yesterday there was half a chance you're going to end up in private eye for our discussion about our brief segue into war crimes. Not as long as our last one. Similar delivery, left line again, a tempter.
I'm a man of a certain age. I haven't brought up the Roman Empire yet. Although it could well come.
I saw something yesterday which I thought you'd appreciate.
Oh, yeah.
I left here when I finished my last stint and watched my team play down in Battersea, not far from here. They were kind of careering towards a big victory.
Oval Dream Boys.
Victory. Oval Dream Boys, big victory, all good, no dramas, early season.
Very early season, yeah.
Second game already. Well, we've played 3 in Malta as well, so 5 games by this stage of April is not a bad effort. Leg stump line. That didn't swing the way he wanted it to. But a lad from the other team who was batting pretty well, I thought. I was watching with another teammate who's seen a lot of cricket. Like, just kicked in play. A couple of whips through the onside. But he was dismissed, caught good take at point. Really sharp take at point. And I've rarely seen a bigger blow-up. I mean, they were probably 60 for 5, so they weren't going to win the game. He walked off the field, not just hitting his pads, but thumping his pads so hard I thought he might have to visit A&E.
Ooh, wow.
And after he'd finished the pad thumping, that wasn't the end of it.
Oh, crumbs. This is great.
He walked over to the tree.
So early in the season as well. I mean,
really early.
Yeah, I mean, you can sometimes see that in July, August, in a bad run of form. There's not long left.
Yeah, club game. He walked over to the tree that was next to the ground and stood there for a moment and then thumped it the way you would a punching bag.
With his glove on?
Thankfully, glove's still on.
For you.
Thankfully.
Okay.
But, still, there's after whacking his legs
how old would you say?
10 to 15 times, I mean, he really went for his pads. They went for his pads' fault. Oh, shout, but just sliding. Again, didn't move away from the right-hander. It kind of held its line from Holland. So having started the over with a few tempters, he's now trying to bring the stumps into play. Leg by signalled. First sundry of the morning, if you're interested. There was 48 extras in the innings yesterday.
Oh, now he does get across his stumps a bit, does Sibby. I don't think Ian Holland thought it was out. You could see
it was
that
the angle the ball went, wasn't it?
Yeah.
If it goes to fine leg from there, you're rarely getting the
because he wasn't right in front. It probably hit him in front of leg, but on the angle was going down. and the bowler was not as enthusiastic.
So after thumping the tree
Yeah.
and then some self-critique, he was yelling at himself, not with words, more in grunts. It's kept a wee bit low, you know. Ends and over where a bit more was going on than the scoreboard might suggest. 18 for 1, still 153 away from making Surrey bat a second time. Burns the man to fall this morning, bowled from the 5th ball of the day, off stump out of the ground by his opposing number, Holland, for a duck. After the tree had got dealt with,
Yeah.
the pads had been dealt with,
Yeah.
roaring at himself, he strolled over probably 20 metres from where we were sat, which was a bit odd to choose that position, because clearly he was on show by this point, and laid on the turf with his hands, his gloves on his helmet for a further 10 minutes laying there.
Wow.
This was a meltdown of...
Have you got a rough age?
I would say, if I was guessing, I'd say 20.
Okay.
He wasn't an old cricketer.
So it wasn't a 30s.
No, he was probably
not a
somewhere
teenager, you
between 18 and 24, I would predict. But yeah, it was quite something.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just because it was a sharp grab at point.
Sharp grab at point.
Was it because he felt he'd thrown it away? He was in good nick. There was 100 there for the taking.
Yeah, they're probably, well, as I said, probably 60 for 5 when he was all out. Now, there is going to be a change. It sounds like Ian Holland.
Ruthless Cummins, Holland.
Ian Holland's listening to me. He got the earpiece in. You see Green won't threaten them with pace. That's fairly certain. But what he might do is he might just nibble it around a bit. To the extent to which nibble's there, he might find it. He's that kind of operator. In the first innings, Green picked up 2 for 89 from 24, so he was economical in context. Picked up Jamie Smith, albeit when Smith was on 166, and later on got Laws, who was away too, for 36. 2 slips, catching mid-wicket. First ball, right where they want to be to Sibley, just making sure he has to make a good decision every ball.
Now, forgive my ignorance. I should know this because we discuss it every year. It's just one of these things that comes into my head and goes out of my head. On the last day, tee's fixed, 3:40. Are you not able to make up time? Or are you able to make up still half an hour? I can never remember how it works on the last day.
You've got to bowl the overs. Is that what you mean? Do you
Not
mean like
quite,
in
not
the
quite.
event of interruption?
I mean in the event of interruption, because I know Phil Walker's strong on this. Is it that on the last day you can't make up time lost to rain?
Once you lose overs on the final day, then they're gone. You can't make them up again. So if you were to lose 15 overs this morning,
Yes, you can't.
immediately they're gone out of the day.
So there's no half an hour leeway. So that's what I meant. You
Test
can't.
match, you can finish at 8 in the evening on the final day.
Yeah.
Right.
Here, you finish.
You finish
Because everyone has to go out.
because everyone has to go home. And I've set Phil off now. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said
So,
I triggered him.
to be clear, there's still provision for the 96 overs if it went till 8 p.m. Just to pick up on
That's
Phil's
right.
point.
You can bowl the overs slowly.
Yeah, that's right. You can bowl the overs slowly, but once you lose them in terms of
So
weather,
if
bad light, whatever, that's where it becomes a
If
problem.
we have a shower and we lose half an hour, we lose 8 overs. That's it. There's no, we could at least get the 8 overs back, and then the next shower would do for us. It's no time to come back. That's why I'm confused, you see. Because I reckon I probably do, I probably do about 5 tests a year and about 7 county championship games, so I should have got used to this by now. But
Playing conditions change an awful lot, though.
they really do. And the reason I ask is because, and I don't want to put a downer on Leicestershire's enthusiasm, but the forecast is a bit scratchy for around lunchtime either side.
You wouldn't know it looking at the weather right now. It's a lovely day for cricket. Single taken round the corner.
But this is classic April collar. You've been in this country
They
long
have.
enough to
They
know.
have.
The funny little bubbling up of a cloud. And the annoyance is here that it's big ground, out come the tarpaulins, and then they've got to come off again. So even a short, sharp shower that only lasts 10, 15 minutes can take 35, 40 minutes out of the day.
And that might be because they have pitches all across the square.
That is, I've not
You might
spotted that
have
before.
heard this. I mean, all the way to the rope. It's remarkable. Balls gather pace across them too. Get your value for your shot, screw the wicket at the Oval. Every game you when watching. Anyway, we're guilty of it sometimes too. 19 for 1.
Let's hit the cliche klaxon.
Yeah, absolutely. Where were the nets here when you were growing up? Were there outfield nets in addition to across the square?
I seem to remember doing nets on the Harleyford roadside. Oh, now what's this? Is this a school trip?
This would have been my dream come true.
If this is your first day back at school,
Off to the cricket.
and you got to go to the cricket rather than into a classroom to, talk about dinosaurs again.
This would be.
I don't know. People quite like dinosaurs, don't they?
I mean, I definitely skipped school often in high school to watch Victoria play at the G.
Did you? Good lad.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
My parents would pack me off to school and I would jump on the train and go to the MCG. That happened.
Good boy.
Several occasions, but.
So I believe Jared Kimber used to do that.
Yeah,
Get up to all sorts
we've
of
talked.
G.
We've talked about the probability that he and I have been at the G at the same time as kids.
Yeah, but
He's
probably
a few
on
years
the
older than me.
opposite side of the ground.
Yeah. Well, he was coming in from the north, me from the south. So
Right.
he might have sat in the Olympic or the Ponsford. And I would have sat in the Southern
Right.
at that age. But yeah, but if you were on a state-sanctioned visit to the county championship, and that's truly what you dream of.
It is. I mean, we had to go to the Science Museum, stuff like that.
I might.
Or worse than that, the Victoria and Albert Museum. I don't think I've ever been more bored in my life than a school trip to the Victoria and Albert Museum in the late 70s, looking at women's corsets. It absolutely broke me.
If you're listening, Private Eye, nice and early opportunity for you today as well.
I'd finished my breakaway, my cheese and onion hula hoops and my honey sandwiches by 10:15, and I'm gazing at a giant corset.
Holland. Oh, past the edge. You can see in the previous over, a couple of balls trained towards the stumps. And this blends the two. So that was angling in and then shaping away.
It's been a good spell this from Holland. He's only gone for one run.
Yeah, good.
And it's just held its line nicely through the keeper.
Tell you what, that kisses the edge and this game is on.
Well,
I mean, it's on anyway.
2 wickets to the
152.
score, Colo. We haven't done that cliche for a while.
Hold on tight, it's coming. Yeah, good. Holland, battle-hardened pro. A lot of cricket around the world. He knows what's needed of him here, the captain.
And I really like, is it Rayan Ahmed there at short mid-on?
Yep.
Got a short mid-on and a mid-wicket because he knows the way that Sibley likes to play. He likes to access the onside. And just a little bit of a leading edge, bat turns in hand. That could spoon back towards Rayan, who's in that tricksy position I hadn't really seen until Michael Vaughan used it in the 2005 Ashes a lot.
Steered through. No gully. Shorter boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah. That's just one thing that Holland's going to have his mind on as well. It's a tricky balancing act because they started the day with that lead of 171. He wants to get as many balls at Surrey as possible, but he doesn't want them to get a lead. So at what point might he have to take a slip out? He still wants to attack for the time being while the ball's new.
Now, you don't see that too often these days. A proper broadsheet-sized broadsheet.
Yeah.
Having to manhandle that at a game of cricket. That's a throwback. Love it. Oh, play and a miss to finish. 2 in the over from Holland. Getting that to zip off the surface as well. Well bowled. He picked up the 1 wicket so far this morning. It was Rory Burns, 5th ball of the day, who was bowled for naught. 23 for 1. They trail by 148. That's what they require to make Leicestershire bat a second time. Daniel Norcross, it stays with you. Phil Walker for the first time today after that.
Thank you, Colin. Let's take a look at the wicket that has fallen today. It was Rory Burns from round the wicket. First over of the day. There's a little suspicion of a bit of inside edge back onto the stumps, but there's a spectacular dismissal in the sunshine so early on in the day. Since then, Surrey have knuckled down. Good morning, Phil.
Morning, Daniel.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Game needed that wicket, didn't it, early on?
Yeah, it did, and it took everyone by surprise, not least Rory Burns.
Do you think there was a little bit of inside edge?
Oh,
on that?
definitely, yeah. Just wasn't there for the shot. Not got going
Too
yet.
close, wasn't it?
Yeah, not got going yet. It's Rory Burns into his work. He'll come again, of course. But yeah, it brings Jamie Smith to the crease in the first over, and I'm watching him as closely as I can at the moment because there's so much noise swirling around him.
As you said that, he did exactly what he's been doing all season.
Yeah.
Just practicing keeping that bat as close to his front pad as possible. His shadow forward defensing between every ball.
It's almost slightly ostentatious, isn't it? As if he's sending a message. I can play both kinds.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that. And he can. And this is what I want to talk about, really. That he obviously has the gloves, rightly so, in my opinion. And I think he should have the gloves for the next 10 Test matches without there really being too much debate around it. But there are scenarios whereby, if there is a place at the top of the order, people are positing the idea that perhaps he slips in there. Someone else takes the gloves. And he replaces.
Don't you think it's a little bit odd, though, that England select a keeper, as they did last summer, who is going to end up keeping for longer than any keeper had kept in England for 60 years, who doesn't keep for his county? So is he conditioned to keep for that long? That's my only concern. I just think he's such a brilliant batter. I think his ceiling is so high.
So do I. So we'll come back to that. There are those hands again. It's the Jamie Smith wagon wheel of the season. It would be one big, huge clump heading out that way.
Capes his right forearm.
And then just a few little whiskers elsewhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, he is lethal through the covers. You saw a glorious cover drive earlier under his eyes from Josh Hull. He has time and the natural touch of a born player. And this leads into what we're talking about, really, that even when he emerged in the England team with the gloves, and he's a very competent keeper indeed, but there was that assumption that this was part one of the story, the Jamie Smith story, and that subsequent chapters would involve him moving up the order because he's simply too good. He's simply too good.
Yes.
To, if you like,
to hide him at 7.
Be hidden down there, yeah.
I mean, you're not hidden, are you? It's a crucial role, but
beat him this time, and there has been some movement this morning. It's good conditions for bowling because there's not too much breeze at all. If we can see the flags above the pavilion, very, very quiet, and so it's good conditions for a little bit of early morning swing.
They saw on the replay there, though, that still that bat and pad is so close together. I did a podcast while I was out in Australia. One of the things we were talking about was shadow batting. Somebody had asked, how do you shadow bat? What do you shadow bat with? A lot of people were shadow batting with, Christmas wrapping paper, because it's a nice, like a lightsaber. I once shadow batted with a rolling pin and it slipped out of my hand and it broke 6 sherry glasses on a draining board. But that wasn't
not the first time I've heard that one, Daniel.
No, it has.
And I hope it's not the last either, by the way.
But
Brolly for me.
The most people, I would say, don't shadow bat the forward defence. They tend to shadow bat the flick into the onside, the nice little perfectly timed guide through backward point. That's how you shadow bat. But Jamie Smith knows that his problem in the last 6 months, would you say, has been getting done through between bat and pad. It's a ball that's nipped back. He's been bowled. He's been LBW that way.
Indeed.
And he's really, really focusing on getting on top of that. You can see by the way he's batting. We did put that out, though, to people and said, how do you shadow bat? Dan Gallen said, I often get a nick through the keeper, which I thought was off the snorter from Dale Steyn, which I thought was insane. I mentioned it was insane, and then this fellow came back and says, I shadow umpire. Said, really? He says, yeah. And frequently I have to overturn my decisions on DRS.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's lovely.
I mean, that is
where do you
wonderfully
stop?
gentle and humble, isn't it?
Shadow walking to square leg at the end of the over.
Well, actually, it's funny you should mention that.
In a little inside edge. A short leg would have been interested there.
I've mentioned this a couple of times on there, but Leicestershire fans might not know this one. It's a great book by Steve Canane, the ABC journalist.
Yeah.
With whom you'll have played cricket.
Legendary Steve Canane.
Wonderful man. He wrote a book about backyard cricket in Australia. and how the greats, for example, he's saying Neil Harvey was a brilliant player of spin because he used to play on the rutted streets of Melbourne and he used to jag off the pitch, so he was able to play off the pitch, so well. The Chappell brothers, do you know about this? Ian Chappell was Australia, Greg Chappell was England.
Oh, on the bounce. Just dies on second slip. Jamie Smith, soft-handed Jamie Smith.
And they used to play test matches. And so Ian would go out to bat, win the toss, bat first. And when he was eventually out, he'd then have to walk back into the kitchen, through into the utility room, and then back out again as the number 3. So yeah, sort of it's shadow.
Lovely. It's lovely.
It's great preparation, isn't it?
That's the good stuff. Yeah.
Ooh,
It's a little low again, yep.
Yeah. It's happened from this end, hasn't it?
My backyard cricket education was around my mate Irfan's house.
Yeah.
So my best mate at school, and I'd turn up of a weekend, but sometimes of a school day, with a bag of tennis balls and a big packet of dry roasted peanuts. And we'd settle in, and he'd have a little garden out the back, and there was a little conservatory attached to his kitchen where his mum would cook. Mum was an incredible cook. And he would run, he was a young quick, and I was a flashy stroke maker, obviously.
Of course.
And I'd bat at the far end of the garden. The garden was only maybe 7 or 8 yards long at best. 28 for 1, 9 overs gone. And Irfan would run through the kitchen, past his mum, past the vats of curry that were perpetually running, past his mum, jump over the little hatch into the conservatory, and then through the conservatory into the garden, and then wang it down with a taped up tennis ball, of course, as fast as he possibly could, from about 7 or 8 yards.
And you'd flick him off your toes, go fetch that and bowl me another.
Well,
fun.
Crazy paving. So he used to call it Sabina. That was his garden. That's what he'd call it, Sabina.
Yeah.
It had this huge shed behind us, so it used to rebound back off the shed. You couldn't play anything unless it was a long hop or a full toss. Otherwise, you're just ducking and weaving the whole time. But there was a girl who lived over the road called Kaylee, who was soft on me, and she used to sit and watch from the garage two doors down. So if I ever did get hold of one,
that's like a Channel 4.
If I did ever get hold of
today,
one, well, once or twice a morning session, I would get hold of one, and it would land in Kaylee's garden, and she'd jump off the garage, pick the ball up, chuck it back to us, and she'd sit there and she'd watch us all day long. And so that was my early education. We had covers on the pitch. We'd play in the snow. His old man used to roll it for us. And so we played that for years and years and years.
Did you ever see Patang Yang Kipabang?
No.
It's one of the first plays ever on Channel 4. And you've almost described the plot of it. I'm going. Ali Brown's coming in.
Alistair Brown. I want to hear your formative garden cricket experiences, Alistair Brown. Where did you first start playing the game?
Well, I can give you some interesting back garden cricket. That my back garden was filled with the nets from Wimbledon.
Right.
Yeah. So my father used to work for Slasengers.
Okay.
With Mickey Stewart.
Yeah.
So
of course,
that was the original start, and they used to work at Challenge House in Mitcham. And so when I was 10, I used to go there, and I actually would pick up my bats there. So I'd pick up a couple of bats, like Slazenger Colts at the time, and a big box, and I'd have a pair of gloves and a pair of pads. So that's my early times with Mickey. But what that also brought with Slazenger was that Slazenger, the nets from Wimbledon that had been used were all around my garden, and my father used to. I mean, is just an amazing man. He had the top left-hand part of the garden was his greenhouse with all his tomatoes and everything else. And of course, I was a young kid, a bit frustrating with ADHD, and I thought, how far can I hit this?
Of course.
And but he literally
Story of your life.
It was two levels of net. So we had the ground bit was the what you'd see at Wimbledon, and then he had another one that he'd attach between trees and other bits and pieces to protect the greenhouse.
He saw you coming at an early age, I think.
So we had nets all round the garden, and and I'd also say what I loved about my garden was that I had a tree in the middle, like a plum tree or something like that, and between that and the garage was attached some baler twine because my uncle was a farmer. And that's how I first used to knock my bats in, because in those days you used to knock them in. You didn't just get them pre-knocked in, or doesn't matter if it breaks in 3 months. They used to last forever. So I had some baler twine, which is how you would bale hay, basically at the farm, and that was attached. So it was a slightly slippery kind of string, if that makes sense, like an orange slippery string. And on that, I'd have attached one of my father's hockey socks with a ball in the bottom. And that would be dangling down to where the half volley would be. And I used to, when my parents get fed up with me, they just send me out there, and I'd be hitting the ball over, and it would spin around and then come back, and then you'd hit it again. So I'd try and hit it as straight as I could on my own. That was my own practice. And then when I got bored, I tried to clear the left leg and hit it effectively over mid-wicket, which was over the plum tree. But at that time it used to get stuck there, and I had to unwind it. But that was my garden cricket. But my father used to bowl to me all the time, and so that's what protected his plants, greenhouse, and any other part of the garden.
And his precious tomatoes. What a guy! Yeah, well, look, we'll come back to the early years of the Alistair Brown phenomenon just in a moment. So change of bowler, 28 for 1. 10 gone. Josh Hull changing ends. Now, we haven't seen him at all, to my recollection, from this end across the game. He's come in from the pavilion end throughout. But he's going to have a go from the old Vauxhall end here. May just get a bit more purchase. Generally, the quicks prefer it from the far end, but with a bit of uneven bounce. We've seen one or two keep low from this end. May just get a change. Course powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Blow the competition away. He's in now. Leg side is airborne in the gap and does run away. In fact, brilliantly done by long leg. So I think he does save the 4. Yeah, he does. Superb work on the bounce. Left hand, one-hander. Manages to claw it back. And Ahmed finishes the job. Just a couple of runs. Let's have a look at this. So swing in the air. Started leg side-ish and went further, but some encouragement. Bit of movement in the air immediately. Josh Hull, well, one or two useful deliveries early on. Beat the bat of Dom Sibley in his first over, but aside from that against Jamie Smith, rather just angled across Smith and allows him to unfurl that incredible extra cover drive that he has in his locker. In the slot again. Fullish this time, so just a single.
I feel that Leicester missed a trick about not bowling Josh Hull at this end in the first
right.
innings. And although that may be the favoured end, the pavilion end may well be the favoured end for seamers, I just feel with the diameters of the ground, anything short or even off the legs, you could dispatch over what is a 45-yard boundary. Whereas actually you've got a lot more, another 20 yards probably to play with, haven't you, over on the far side. So what that means is if Josh Hull bowls short from the far end, as a batsman, you've already programmed that if you bowl short, I'm just going to lift it. And it's even if you half get it, it'll probably go for 6. But because he's coming from this end, the bouncer you have to think about. So that pushes the batsman back a little bit. Well, it doesn't push them back, but it means they're not quite so far forward, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But it does mean that if you just go through with a shot, you could pick out deep backward square, and also the ball on the leg, which Jamie Smith's such an excellent timer of the ball. You know, he hasn't been far off. He's only about 5 to 10 yards off that carrying all the way. So there's two areas. He can swing it back, or potentially, if he can get one to hold, go across. But those players behind square on the leg side are in play.
Swinging on to Dom Sibley's pads, and he very, very rarely misses out there. Pick up another couple into the onside, but a murmur of movement into the right-hander in this over. Often tends to go for just a short time, but around this kind of time, overs 10 to 20 on this ground in particular, the Dukes does tend to get cracking around this sort of time. We've seen it time and time again that the first hour is often negotiated with relative ease, and then the second hour of a morning session with a new ball is often more challenging. Andrew Sampson was making this point that the stats bear that out. But this is the problem when you bowl to a player as, well, imperious really through the onside as Dom Sibley is, and that's 4 more. Just 2 full. 25 from his 2.5 overs so far, so rather expensive, and of course they don't have too many runs to play with, just 134 still in the bank for Leicestershire.
Very balanced, isn't he, Dom? I think playing those 2 shots head over the ball really well. Looks, in the first innings I know he just probably got the wrong side of one, and that was his demise, but certainly looked very balanced with those 2 shots and tucked away with ease.
Better line. That's where you want to be to Dom Sibley, just on 5th stump. Another one rolls on then. 37 for 1. So these 2 have consolidated after the early loss of Rory Burns, which caught us all on the hop, really, not least the batter himself, trying to play a delivery through square on the offside that was maybe just a bit too close to him. Looked like a little inside edge onto off stump, cartwheeling, and that was in the first over, just 5 balls into the day. Since then, these 2 with 1 or 2 false shots, but nothing really too concerning. Jamie Smith coming on the back of 2 commanding hundreds. Looking like he's to the manner born, really, at number 3. Still, Leicestershire just need to keep believing. It's not been ramrod straight out there by any means. There's been an echo of movement. 1 or 2's kept a bit low. It's going to be Ben Green then to continue. 2 slips, no gully. And that's a good line. Just for a moment, Smith was looking at that. But he's in the main, Ali, been very self-contained, hasn't he, through this game, and indeed last week as well.
He's got a great opportunity. I mean, he's obviously playing very well. I know this isn't perhaps the sort of speed of attack that he's likely to get in Test cricket, but he's looked sort of imperious, and you felt he could have gone on even bigger than his 160s. He played, his highlights reel would be very impressive, and this is a great opportunity to add potentially another 100 to that. I know he's a long way away from it now, but if you get in on this, I feel, the way the game's gone, and if you can just get to lunch and beyond, there's another big 100 for someone, and these 2 are both big accumulators and who'll be not looking to hand over the baton to anyone else.
Yeah, indeed. There's a kind of a burbling tension out there at the moment, and of course things could turn dramatic yet for Surrey, but if things work out for them and these 2 hang in there and get up to lunch, and then post-lunch and you're only maybe a couple down, then it becomes a lovely time to just pad those stats out, doesn't it? And Smith's played a very important innings last week with Surrey under the pump against Warwickshire, and first innings runs speak for themselves. So if you can get through this period with still the newish ball, then he can really enjoy himself this afternoon. On anyone's shoulders, we shall see yet. As I say, there's still the odd moment that Leicestershire are creating, and we haven't seen the spinners either, of course, so they will come into play this afternoon.
You just feel as they whittle down, I mean, it's 134 the difference at the moment, but if they can get that under 100 and then to 70, 50 and beyond, you can start to see the players potentially open up if they get that opportunity.
That's it. Good over this, Ben Green, probing stuff. So, can he just get through the over, get out of the over, one more delivery to come? Got an email in from Matt. Another one from down under. He's emailing in from near the Gabba. It's a big country. And again, brilliant stuff, Ben Green. And Jamie Smith equal to it, 37 for 112 gone. So, yeah, Matt emails. Thanks to the team on the broadcast and all the camera operators and crew. I like that point. The unsung heroes of all of this. Then that suggests that we're sung heroes. I'm not sure that we really qualify for that either. But anyway, yeah, quite right too. The camera operators and the crew. Been a great few days following the stream. Great coverage, great analysis. Thanks, mate. And some great tangents. Can't wait to join you next game at the Oval, indeed. That'll be in a couple of weeks' time against Essex. C1 international cricketer. How disappointing. Yeah, well, I'm going to ask you, Ali, having observed England's winter in Australia, we'll come to that after this delivery. Josh Hull resumes. Threatening and expensive so far. That's the line. That is the line. Only the one slip. I'm surprised at that. They do have a wide-ish gully, fourth slip, fifth slip maybe. Haven't you?
It's it's a fine balance, isn't it? I do think, at some point he's going to bowl the odd short ball and try and keep those two behind on the leg side in play. But Dom Sibley, I don't think he'd be taking that.
England's winter, and it seemed like their reputation or their relationship with the British public or with the English public seemed to take a bit of a hit, and that since that tour they've had to try and, if you like, eat a bit of humble pie and come back, and one or two players have chosen to play county cricket rather than the IPL, almost to try and repair some of that relationship that seemed to have fractured a bit due to one or two off-field shenanigans, as well as obviously what was happening on the pitch. And Noosa being, if you like, the epicentre of all of that. Infamously, England had a few days down there and a bit of a party town, and a few of them had a drink, and there was that video, of course, of Ben Duckett, seemingly a little bit tired and emotional late at night. And I'm just interested from, if you like, from a kind of ex-pros position, what you thought about a lot of the coverage regarding England across the winter, specifically the stuff, dwelling on the stuff off the field.
Okay, well, I mean, first of all, the expectations were high, weren't they? In particular for the first test, I think we all felt that probably almost marginal favourites for that first test.
So that was where you saw it as well before?
I saw that we had to win the first test.
Good short ball, bit of pace, hitting the gloves hard.
And
good to see.
Just on that, that's what I really like about watching Jamie Smith here. We've seen him at times when he's played a really positive form of cricket, but I love the fact that as a maturing player with a bigger boundary, I think that's one of the things where we made mistakes in Australia. Australia had bigger boundaries.
Yeah.
And we're used to having, over here, you kind of take it on, and he's taking it on, you put it ball in the stands, and when you've got a 50, 60 yard boundary, and you can cover that by 20 yards, you're going to play that shot and take it on because there's value. But when it's a bit bigger like this, that's the thing I've actually loved the most about it. He's played some amazing drives, he's looked in great form, but that is something that I would take away from this innings and say that's something that I hadn't necessarily seen from Jamie Smith before, and he's let that ball come to him, and that's really impressive.
Yeah.
But getting back to Australia, I think the first test, I think we went in with a side that we think this is going to, we've got a great chance here. At the very least, I thought we were on parity with Australia, and after day one, you felt we're ahead, and this is the way we can kick on. Travis Head then takes that away from England with a great innings. I think he's a great player, to be honest with you. I think, but I think we went too short at him. I think that's what he wants. He wants you to bowl short of him, the way he stands and shows his stumps, and he wants to cut and he can kill a game very quickly. But on the back of that was the game I felt we had to win, and a little bit like the Masters last night, where Justin Rose was the head. You felt, can we win that first test and then kick on from there and put Australia under pressure? And of course they were missing some of their key players, and then to halfway through the series to lose Lyon as well. You kind of think, well, we couldn't really have a better opportunity for many years to go and win that, which we didn't do.
Yeah.
Getting back to Noosa, I think you can't expect players to just sit in their rooms playing Xbox all the time, and So you want to find something in between that, where it's fine if you're a few days to let your hair down, but probably, I think the problem with Ben Duckett being left on his own, I'm a bit worried about him being left on his own. I think if you've got a player who's done that, that's absolutely fine. It's like, okay, we've relaxed, let's get home, gone. And to see someone then sort of filming his feet and going up, and of course everyone's got a phone these days, so you're always going to be under pressure for that. He's since come back, he's pulled out of the IPL, and he's in a similar mode of dismissal this week to Rory Burns at Edgbaston. He's run out, going for almost 2. But yes, go on.
Yeah, just briefly, just as you can see on your screen. So, New Zealand spinner Ajaz Patel coming into the attack. Good time, I would say. 13 overs in, get him into his work pretty early. You feel like if Leicestershire are going to pull a rabbit out of the hat today, then it will probably come from him. Very good signing. It's a tough gig, bowling finger spin in early April, anywhere, but especially here. Nonetheless, he will be probing and accurate, and he might just enjoy himself today. Jamie Smith setting up, already eyeing deep mid-wicket. He just had a little look over his shoulder. Nothing yet, of course, but he will know. Anyway.
But you feel that Leicester to have, they'd want to be picking up sort of 4 wickets by lunch to have any chance of potentially winning this fixture. I think the spin's got to come into it a lot, and of course you want to have players round the bat as well to try and put pressure on the batsman and to try and induce a positive shot or a mistake. Because if you take that man out who's effectively at just backward short leg, really you'll feel like you can just play as Jamie Smith is. You don't think, if I get an edge or something like that. It makes it a little bit easier. The wicket looks good and it doesn't look like masses of turn, but I think the spinner needs to play a big role, because if you do lose a wicket in clusters when players come in,
that's easy pickings for Jamie Smith. And this is the problem with such a short boundary out there, with negligible turn away from the right-hander. If it just runs on with the arm, as that delivery from Patel did, then you just have to tap it on its head, barely more than a defensive push, and it's runs. It's 4. And this is the challenge. He bowled most, if not all, of his overs from that far end in the first innings. Bit quicker this time, trying to drive it into the pitch. Rayan Ahmed, on the other hand, bowled more from the Vauxhall end. So I'm sure we will see Rayan Ahmed sooner rather than later as well. So just that boundary 4 from Patel's first, 43 for 1.
Yeah, it's a game of patience and accumulation at the moment, isn't it? Really, just making sure there's nothing loose and just picking up the runs on show. But after that early success for Leicester, I think Surrey have steadied the ship.
Yeah, so I'm going to jump out. Adam Collins jumping back in. We've been talking Noosa and Noosa adjacent stuff, Adam. So feel free.
Morning, Ali.
Good morning, Golo.
There's this really clever, I guess you'd call them T-shirt company in Australia called League Tees, and they deal in principally vintage stuff. So, if your football team used to play at a ground in a suburban ground, they probably have a T-shirt for your old ground or old players. It's terrific. They do a lot of cricket stuff as well. Their merch is incredible. And as soon as the Noosa thing happened, you just knew they'd sensed the moment. And they sent me a hoodie, bless them, which is the Noosa Cricket Academy, and it's got a golf figurine in the middle of it, which was pretty good work, I thought. It will be a bit like the walkabout at Edgbaston, and arguably embargo in Bristol. Well, not arguably. Or the bourbon and beefsteak in Sydney, where Punter got into that dust-up all those years ago. Noosa will be cricket tourism now, I reckon. If you're going to Australia and you're a cricket fan, you're an England cricket fan, you'll probably go to the sunny coast and just to see what it looks like and feel like. It's a lovely spot too, why wouldn't you?
And you were out there at the time?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah?
It was bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to... I think a little bit over here, people had checked out by then, hadn't they? Maybe not checked out, that's exaggerating it, but there was a sense of, well, this is going a certain way after that second test ended so dramatically. Oh, well, you know, it didn't let up in Oz.
No.
It was brutal. Till the bitter end, the way that the team was covered, and, you know, not unreasonably.
But you expect... They entertained the pressure. I think they brought the pressure on themselves. As I said, the expectation was very high for the first test. After day one, you felt they could get this done, and you know, and it didn't happen. And then the second test, obviously, going the way it did. So, yeah, I think there's a sense of we had a real chance to win the Ashes, and after a couple of tests, you think, well, how have we managed to do that? But I thought there were some good parts of what England did, but I just think ultimately that was an opportunity that got away, and would like to have seen someone else doing the Graham Swan sprinkler at some point, but it died very quickly. And
they're going to look back on that, aren't they, though? Like what you're saying there about the opportunity. They're going to look back in 20 years and go, gosh.
Well,
I mean, more than others, like far more than other series, I mean, that I've covered over there. Like, this is going to be the one they look back on and go, how did we get ourselves into a situation where we were so short of where we needed to be at the crucial moments? It wasn't like a couple of crucial moments. It was probably a dozen across the series. They didn't, with the exception of Melbourne, which was a completely chaotic affair. Feels right. They should still celebrate winning in Melbourne. But Melbourne wasn't like that. Melbourne was such poor cricket owing to the surface that it didn't feel like euphoric, you know, England stampede to victory or anything. But across the 5 test matches in totality, there was seldom a time when England won a big moment. It's remarkable to see a team have what they had going over there and so consistently fail when it mattered. Because not every moment matters. You know, test matches, it's part of the beauty of them, is it's, right? Some matter more than others. And it was the big ones where Australia was so ready and England was so ill-equipped.
But they ended up in positions of strength, and I think that was the disappointing thing. And I think when they got in and could have forced pressure back on Australia, there were ways of getting out that you kind of... we just let them off the hook, I think.
Big time. And day 2 at Perth was rightly focused on that middle session, was a catastrophic disaster.
I mean, you can say, I mean, look, Travis Head played brilliantly, but I do feel with Travis Head, although he looks like the short ball hurries things up a bit, it's also what he wants. You know, he's looking for that short ball. He's looking for a bit of room. He's going to carve you in areas, and he knows exactly what he's doing. And he's done it many times before. It's not like a one-off. He's coming. He's a very, very watchable cricketer. I think he's and I, you know, for myself personally, I think people should when they attack him should actually go fuller. I'd prefer, you know, players, if you're trying to take away his cut, you know, can you get him trying to cut balls that aren't quite cuttable? Can you change the pace a little bit?
He is an absolute nightmare when he's on song, though, isn't he? Like, you see this margin for error with Head, which when he's not on song, different story. Every player goes through. That Perth day, when I interviewed Weatherall before this match, he was out there batting with him when he was laying the foundation. He's like, he was laughing. I can't believe they've gone to the short ball attack so early at me. I cannot believe they've done this. This is a gift.
It's what he wants. And you know, as I said, I think if England then say, right, how do we stop him cutting? How do we stop him giving himself room? He shows the stumps, but that's because he wants you to bowl there. So he wants you to go at him, and you know he's a very clever cricketer, and to do it in all formats as well, not just Test cricket. You know he's a very good player to watch, and I said until you get him out, you know there were other parts. The problem is if you say before you go, if you say well, you're not going to have, you know, 2 of your 3 strike bowlers, and Lyon's going to get injured halfway through as well, you'd go, well, this is just, it couldn't work out any better. But
nice diving stop at point.
But I think because you could argue that Snicko didn't go England's way, but that wouldn't have changed the series result. There were little things, but it's the things that England could control. That was the problem. I think when they got in, they were still trying to be super dominant for a side that was then 2 down after a couple of tests. And yeah, I think Noosa just came at the wrong time.
As one excellent piece of analysis read, it was the best planned part of the tour.
Well,
which doesn't seem that doesn't accord with what you'd expect. And there's been suitable scrutiny on that. I was there at Lord's a couple of weeks ago for the press conference and so on when the silly point jumps in. The internal report came out, and there's contrition there. They know. At some deeper level, they know. But there's self-preservation naturally kicks in. They don't want to lose their jobs out of it. No one would want to give it up. I think if you look at the positives that England have made in the time that Brendan McCullum has been there as well, I mean, the traction on, there's 25% more interest in cricket. And I think the way he started as well, I mean, I was heavily invested in Test cricket. I mean, I enjoy watching Test cricket anyway, but then it's even more watchable. And of course, we're beating sides. But I think we're judged on Australia, India, New Zealand, and South Africa. Those are the sort of series where you'll say that's where we're really judged. And of course, Australia being the big one. I think we've got a lot of talent in this country, and I think we've got enough talent to win the next Ashes, but we need to improve and understand the areas that we probably went missing. And just seeing batsmen own it. I think if you go back to Ben Stokes, who was come the latter tests, was almost going back, right, you're not going to get me out type theory. I'd like to see more of a hybrid system where England actually... Silly point in for the quick.
Yeah. If he's seen Jamie Smith drive, he's probably hoping, as I did when I was short leg, but in the early 90s, to spinners that didn't spin it quite as much, he's probably thinking, please don't bowl the long half volley.
It's gutsy from whether.
Funny enough, I mean, when I used to play at Kent, Rob Key used to be in there and at Silly Point, and he'd be chatting away and what have you, and you'd think, if I can just get something outside off stump, maybe I can put some pressure back on him. Yeah,
always the desire. How will he fare? So it's been fairly consistent trying to work him over on the short stuff. We've seen that through this spell so far.
The thing is, I mean, Silly Point is very unlikely to get the catch. The only way you're going to get the catch, and he's probably thinking, it's not like you're there thinking, all right, I'm going to get something here. He's more trying to induce the loose shot, maybe where the head isn't quite as far into the ball, that might pick up the nick at behind or at first slip. But I like the way he's going it. But Jamie Smith, I think he's played the short ball really well. He looks like he's got lots of time on it, hasn't he? He's moving well, and probably the kiss of death, but he's looked in good nick.
He's playing the conditions, he's playing the circumstance. Beautifully played. That's crunched. All timing, balls of his feet. Best shot so far today from Jamie Smith. He's 25. 48 for one, so still 123 away, but Smith hundreds in his most recent 2 innings, because he's been willing to play the circumstances. And today, getting in and now transferring a bit of pressure back onto Leicestershire. So it's easy to say they need 9 wickets from here to win the game, but the scoreboard pressure will mount the other way if these two can bat for a couple of hours.
That's a great shot, back foot shot here. Just shows his balance, shows his weights on the front foot that he can push back, and very, very controlled.
Remember Joe Root saying that's a much harder shot than it looks from the balls of your feet. Good leave.
Well, it just means that you've actually transferred back onto the front foot, doesn't it? So, and sometimes when you're facing a bit of pace or that might push you back, you kind of press on it, but don't actually take your weight there. So, but he, as I said, he's in great form, I think, Jamie Smith, and he made that look very easy. Up
above 300 runs already in the season. If he can rattle off a third 100 here. And look, I think this is, loosely speaking, back to the conversation we were having before about the clear talent and gifts that Jamie Smith possesses. Trying to marry that up to what he might be capable of in a series like the one that just played out. Did feel on occasion that he wasn't given the best opportunity to succeed, and some of the dismissals are glaring in that sense. Whether he was trying to fit into the game plan they thought would work best, or otherwise it didn't work and it left him exposed, which is a shame because we all know what he's capable of. He's shown that for England as well. That outstanding century in a session at Birmingham last year is an example of that.
I think he's got a very high ceiling. I love the way, I think it was Headingley, I think he finished the game. He came in, I think they needed an extra, he got 30 I think, but he did it in such imperious fashion. I think it was probably against India, and he came in and just looked, you know, he just had an air about him which was very good, and finished it in a manner that was very imposing.
Forward to finish. 5 runs from the over, 49 for 1. They lost a wicket in the first over of the day, but since Burns has fallen, Smith and Sibley have been serene. So we've got some analysis. Oh no, we'll do it after one more over here, sorry. Some Hull Smith short ball stuff.
But I think just getting back to Jamie Smith and that dismissal that, I know was highlighted, that, people say it was a terrible dismissal where he's out to minus Labuschagne, but I took a screen grab of that. I was watching it on TNT, and I took a screen grab of it, and the difference for me, so if we talk about that back foot shot that Jamie's just played through there for 4, which is immense, I know what he's trying to do. So when he was, when he got caught by Labuschagne, but he didn't actually transfer his weight back on the front foot. And when you're trying to give yourself room, if you actually slow down that dismissal, if you're on the front foot, then you give yourself room, and he hits it square, which is probably where he's aiming. But he didn't, and hence that's why he got it straighter than he felt. So it looks worse than it really was.
The problem Smith had there was 4 dismissals. There had been 1. There were multiple examples where the media, as is the job of the media, by the way, they're rightly they're people of public interest, aren't they? Professional cricketers, and there was 4 examples where there was that chance to go how 1 dismissal typified an innings breakdown from England, both innings in Adelaide.
But that's why it's good to see him play the way he is now.
Oh,
and I
totally.
think, this is a player. I think he's 25, Jamie Smith. He's got a very high ceiling of where he could go, and I think he's an incredibly exciting player to watch.
Well, this is
in all
it,
formats.
and this is why I think last week and this week have been so important, just to reset. Like, one series doesn't define a career, far from it. Doesn't need to, rather. And the message clearly from England's been, go back to Surrey. I don't know whether he was told to bat 3 or made a decision to bat 3. Either way, go away and make bulk runs. Well, he's got 300 plus. He goes on and makes another 100 here. We'll be talking about 1,000 runs before the end of May, which no one's done since Graham Hick. Daniel and I certainly will be. It'll be a chance to really get on a roll leading into that first test on the 2nd of June. There'll be no ambiguity about his spot, or no debate about his spot. He will have locked it down in the space of a fortnight. Exactly what's been asked of him, having had that tough time in Oz.
I like him at 3, though. I think, if he's going to be...
Been every day here, that bloke with the score chart there. I love that stuff. Go with the beard and you see there. I love a scorecard and a chart that's got the clips. He's got the linear scoring going on there. Probably got the summary sheet on the other side. Got the sun hat. Here's a package of Jamie Smith up against the short ball. Into temptation, but not giving into it, which again is on theme with what you're saying.
I really like that, and that resonates with me, because whenever I played anyone with exceptional pace, and I'm talking about the Andre Van Troos, Duncan Spencer, you could go through a whole number of players that actually put you under pressure like that. The one thing I wanted to know when I was playing extreme pace was, could I go under the ball and then get up and look at the bowler and go, that didn't really trouble me that much. And that's why I like that a lot. I think that's because there'll be times where he takes it on, and he, on the right boundary, in the right situation, he can take it to another level, and that ball will be going into the stands. But if you, as I said, bigger side there, and this is why I felt when Josh Hull was bowling at the pavilion end, it didn't suit him, because he didn't have to do that, and it was just anything short. It was stopping Josh Hull from bowling short effectively, because if you don't get it high enough, it's going. Or if you do get it high, it could go over the keeper's head. If you don't get it high enough, it could go over where the old cricketer's pub used to be. So there was not much margin for error, whereas out there is, and he's he's done that really well.
Yeah, again, it's playing the conditions. It's not the time to be playing with an elevated risk. And yeah, again, it comes full circle to, nor was it at Perth when he was out to the short ball twice in a test match. Neither of those circumstances. Although batting with the tail in the first innings, there might be some mitigation. But this is where this next stage of Jamie Smith is so important. And we're seeing an example of it here, where he's able to just absorb the pressure that he needs to absorb for his team, which is happening right here, 119 behind. They're in no position to win the game, and accepting the circumstances presented to him.
Yeah, but I mean that's what I like about the way he's going about his thing. I like him at number 3. I think that exposes him to a swinging ball earlier, which he could easily do if he was batting 6 or 7 for England, and it's the second new ball against an international attack.
Yep.
I think that can only be good for his game.
Because the dream sequence is clearly, and we'll deflect that for 4 more, soft hands, no gully, short boundary into the 30s, would be the perfect scenario for England, is that he ends up as the 4, right? Like, would that be a reasonable assumption that when whenever Root finishes, and he seems ageless right now.
Don't think that's imminent.
But he truly is ageless. But let's say 4 years in the future when Smith should be at the peak of his powers, 28, 29, whatever it works out to be. Let's use that as a reasonable reference point when Root's 40-odd. That Smith would be ready to be the top dog in the most important position for England, which has historically been number 4. That's their best case scenario.
I think by batting at this, that will allow him the one area where I think sometimes he plays a little bit out. He plays great drives, and against this sort of attack, he's under no pressure against an international attack where you're putting. I mean, we're looking at some of these numbers at somewhere between 70 and 75. You're talking about sort of 15 to 20 miles an hour quicker at times at international level, with more on wickets with more bounce. That's the one thing that I'd probably say at the moment. I think he's best at 6 or 7 within England, and I think he can create a lot of damage from there. Going forward, I think by batting at 3 for Surrey with drives like
that. Exactly.
It's
2 in the over, but that's a convincing foot to the pitch of the ball, trusting his swing, not overhitting it, all the things you want.
Yeah, I mean, that looks really good. But then if you imagine 10 to 15 miles an hour quicker, and someone who's hitting the pitch, that's where you just don't, with 3 slips, that's the thing that he'll get more experience by batting at 3. I mean, his highlight reel is going to be impressive. You see my highlights reel back in the day, it would never have been anything like that. It would been a lot looser. But he's a high ceiling, good player. Can't wait for him to play quicker bowling on a bouncier deck.
Yeah, and that's the step up thing, right? That's this, with all the respect in the world to what we're seeing from the Vauxhall end right now, that when you go up 15 mile an hour and you've got not even the guys that bowl 90, when you've got Bowl and Nisa, who were just immense during the Ashes, doing what they do so well and doing what he does so well. That's 3 in the over. So straight that it nearly ran into the stump, nearly caught the umpire's leg, but it does race down to the ropes. We spent all of 2 balls in the 30s.
But that's the likes of Boland bowling to him, where he sort of came back at him. Those are the sort of tests that he needs, I think. And if he can trump that sort of a bowler, then he's in great shape. The same with someone like Bumrah. When Bumrah comes back at you, and Harry Brook, they targeted that, didn't they? The ball that comes back at the batsman, and Harry Brook at times, he got out because of that high class bowling that's coming back in.
Yeah,
and that's something that you're not going to see a lot of in county cricket with this sort of pace. But that's the test, I think, as to when you say you want him to be the next Joe Root. That's the area I'd say, right? Yeah, okay.
So the field changes by necessity here. 107 behind. Catching mid-wicket. An extra cover goes in as well. Just 1 slip and a deepish backward point. Productive over. Knocks it away to the offside. 64 for 1. Thank you, Ali. Ali Brown jumping out. Cameron Ponsonby jumping in. So There was a moment this morning in that first over when Leicestershire were up and about, taking such a healthy lead into the second half of the game. 171 ahead. They picked up a wicket with Surrey not adding or not starting their innings with a run with a wicket instead. Burns was bowled first in the first over by Holland for a duck, but 64 put on between Smith, the majority of those, and Sibley. Only 107 behind, and that'll be an important reference point here when Surrey can take the lead and when they can take the game away from Leicestershire. The job for Leicestershire therefore becomes obvious. They've probably got a session to take half a dozen wickets and try and open up it again. Can Patel be part of that? Their overseas spinner, Cameron Ponsonby. Good morning to you. Good
Morning,
afternoon.
Adam. Afternoon, all the rest of it.
Every day we do that.
Always the first greeting.
Yeah.
Feels
it
right
is.
to say good morning.
Ajaz Patel, for whatever reason, has never really had a moment in the championship. He was expensive the first time around in this match, bowled 18 overs for 82. I suppose that's about on par with what everyone was going for. 1 wicket. That was Ollie Pope on 103. Good bit of bowling, actually, to get a ball to turn. But takes his championship wickets at near enough 50 in a decent sample size now across 4 clubs. This is where you need your overseas to step up. Final day, to try and find a way to manufacture something, to be the standard bearer on a pitch that's got little pace in it. It's got to be the slow bowlers. Got the silly point. 4th over of his spell. This should be when he's finding his groove, finding his rhythm, and ultimately finding a wicket or two before lunch to give them something to work with here, Leicestershire. A lot on his shoulders, the New Zealand international, but it's going to have to be him, you sense.
He can pair up with those big feet of Josh Hull, who'll be running in
Yep.
from either end. Left arm over the wicket. Ryan Ahmed will no doubt have a twirl in the afternoon as well.
Might be a case for getting him on earlier, you know. He keeps the stumps in play. Wrist spinner, something to think about. Whether they can bowl in tandem. That's a nice shot. An emblem of the way that Smith's played this morning. Not trying to overhit it. Trusting his drives. He's in super nick up to 45. Completes the over.
It's just too full from Ajaz Patel. And players of this quality, it's a zero risk shot to hit back down the ground. I remember a young left arm spinner from my club who ended up playing a little bit of county second 11 cricket. He said that was the one major difference he felt when he was taking that step up and bowling against professionals, that you just could not miss full because it would disappear back over your head or back past your feet.
What's that? Oh, I'm going to misappropriate the quote to the wrong person. I don't think it's Verity, but it's someone of that ilk. Line's negotiable, length is not, or something like that. When you're a spinner, your length is crucial.
Well, whoever said it sounds very wise.
Don't think it was Headley Verity, and I've butchered the quote as well, but you know what I'm trying to say. That you've got to, at this level, get it up and down. Line is optional, length is mandatory. That might be it, come to think of it. Green you over. Or have I flipped that on its head? No, it must be length is mandatory.
Definitely.
Must be. Sorry, trailing by even 100.
Bowl it where you want, as long as it's on the stumps. I think the lower down the cricketing tree you get is flips over.
Yeah. I saw a game end in a hurry yesterday when I left here. I was talking about my game, which I wasn't playing in, but watching, and ended with one of our finger spinners hitting the stumps 3 times with 3 balls that were very full. I'm sure, Cam, you like me are occasionally the beneficiary of getting wickets towards the end. If you throw it up and you're on the stumps, you will quite often hit the stumps.
I thought you
Enjoy bowling a spinner.
You had your kind of mantra of the team who bowls the most maidens wins. I'm still convinced that whoever just bowls at the stumps most wins the game. Everyone misses the ball.
Yeah, the lower down the pyramid, the more that's true. Yeah. Whereas up at this level, they love it on the stumps. If the length is right.
But you say that, and then like Crickviz produced these remarkable stats. Remember there was that period of time where poor Johnny Bairstow became a bit of a meme, as it were, because he was averaging something like 8 when the ball was on the stumps. I think there's something in it.
He had that period, that 2-year period where he averaged 20 in Test cricket, and it was like single digits on the stumps. But came back and had his extraordinary 2022. Up to the pegs, Cox, who batted so brilliantly yesterday. Nice take. Something lovely about a keeper up to the stumps. I did sort of wonder this. I interviewed Sam Cooke the other week, ahead of the season. He could have easily found himself in Australia in the series. I think they probably thought 6 months out, he'd be there and thereabouts. Injury at an inconvenient time. Didn't have a great first test. Sure, the conversation moves on. But did wonder what he would have been thinking sort of 2 o'clock in the morning, flicking on the Ashes with Alex Carey permanently up to the stumps to bowl and Nisa. It felt at different points in the series, certainly at Brisbane. Oh, beauty. Well taken. That's moved off the seam, beat the edge, and Cox, right on cue, has taken it right above the off bail.
Well, he's a wonderful wicketkeeper, Ben Cox. You'll see this leap off the pitch.
So much harder than it looks, surely. But yeah, something to be said for keeping up to the stumps.
Well, that was, I remember Michael Nisa
Yeah.
talking about that in Melbourne, because the plan had taken place over the Gabba and Adelaide.
In behind it to finish, it'll be Phil Walker coming in after me. I'm not sure if he can hear me. He's not at the back of the box. Maybe it'll be me for a few more seconds. We'll see. It's 71 for 1. Still 100 to go. Yeah, so Nisa, it was Brisbane where it all started for him, wasn't it, with Carey up?
He said he didn't really like it. They'd spoken a long way out from the Ashes about how England liked to use their feet, come down the wicket to the seamers. So how do you feel if Alex comes up to the stumps? Well, I think it was both Boland, or whoever the bowlers were. And if you are a seamer, a lot of seamers don't like it. It makes them feel a bit claustrophobic. They feel like they kind of have fewer options. They don't have the short ball in their arsenal. They know if they miss their line at all of a sudden they're giving away 4 byes. But they combine to such amazing effect.
Watch Phil bound into the box. We've got time to give it to you, then over to Phil to take you to lunch.
We'll have Ajaz Patel to continue. And
Naughty
Phil Walker
me.
to start.
Naughty me. Apologies, everybody. I was being Norcrossed in the other room. Right, 71 for 1. Little bit of movement still out there, but nothing really. Pretty unforgiving pitch, this, for the spinners in particular. Not an enormous amount of work for the seamers either. Left arm over now. And that's a wide. Fair enough. So, a 6-3 leg side field. Trying to bore him out, Cameron?
Trying to say, stick me in the stands if you want to.
Yeah, it feels like that. He's gone on the sweep. Found the gap. Picked up 4. Onto 49. You have a puzzled look on your face, often, and especially now.
I think they are just trying to buy one in the most literal sense of the word. They've got 3 fielders perched on that leg side boundary. They have a kind of short, fine leg who isn't even that short, and someone over his left shoulder, like kind of fine leg on the fence as well.
Yeah, this is another wide. Interesting. So the umpire is taking action here.
That's early to do that, isn't it?
It is. So we'll keep a brief on that. It's it's a slow motion version of Mitchell Stark sticking 3 men out on the hook, isn't it?
You know what? I'm rapidly changing my mind on this because I'm finding it quite fun. It's something I haven't seen really before. That did spin.
So there is method there in the sense that Jamie Smith has been almost comically unmoved by the challenge that's faced him this morning. He's strolled up to 49. And so you have to try and change something. Try and wrench him out of his comfort zone. It's a vast expanse at the moment. There it is. Easy as you like. 62 deliveries. Another mini milestone. What a season he is already having here. Daniel Norcross is irrationally obsessed with this 1,000 runs before the end of May. But Jamie Smith is making a case for it here. I rather fear that England might just... Oh, turned. Outside edge. Didn't go to hand. But there you go. This is what they are trying to create here. Just a different angle, something else to think about.
You'll see this just puff up out of that rough. It's very, very full, but because it's one of those early footholds from where, whether it's Ben Green or Tom Scriven been running through right arm over, that is where the rough, the majority of the rough exists. So Leicestershire plugging Ajaz Patel, left arm over.
Yeah, Cameron's being charitable there. It's not exactly exploded off the surface, but I hear what you're saying. It was more of a leading edge than a false shot, really. But at least there is something else to think about, and orthodoxy against these two is not really working out. So interesting developments, interesting tactics. No sign of the leggy yet. I imagine 25 minutes to go till lunch, he'll get a nod at some point. Keeper up now to Ben Green. Jamie Smith, 50 unbeaten. Rock solid again. This is the way that he's doing it this year. He's really making a statement with every single block, every single soft-handed dab behind square, every leave, every refusal to take on the big shot, especially through the leg side. He's played beautifully within himself all summer, and he keeps racking them up. Last week, after missing out in the first innings, 132 to help save that game, of course, against Warwickshire. 166 in the first innings, and now 50 not. And with the prospect, at least, of a few more to come, if Surrey edge into a position where there's not too much pressure on their shoulders mid-afternoon, then he could really enjoy himself, you fancy. Sun out now. So, slightly false shot, but again, on the way down. How many times have we seen that?
Well, in Green's previous over, he got a few to nibble off the seam, and that's a genuine edge. Or are you giving that open face?
No, that we've seen it so much. Actually, a lot from his own bat. We saw it a few times in the first innings. Eventually, he went, caught in the grabbers. Similar looking shot, but a number have just gone down from what looks like an authentic edge. Sign of a player in control of his own game, though, that when he does push out, he does so with soft hands and enough control.
Well, Ben Cox is just having a word with both his bowler. It looked briefly like maybe Jake Weatherald at cover, who's now chatting to Rayan Ahmed. But there's some tactics being discussed. We're seeing Rishi Patel at first slip now pick up a helmet. Now, where's he going? He's just coming to an even shorter first slip. Because those ball edges have been dropping short. Good luck catching that where you stood there, Rishi.
Yeah, I felt though all game that the slippers can live a little, come up a step or two.
I wonder if that encourages a batter to almost be a little bit more reckless outside their off stump. Because if you throw your hands at it, if you do edge it, it's hitting the first slip in the chest. They're not catching it.
Oh, another one. Keeps low. Smith, good for it though. So a single to finish off. Just one off the over. So brings him back on to face leg theory, 2026 style from Ajaz Patel. What are you looking up, Cameron?
Well, we had an email in, and I've been trying to find some answers before.
Okay.
To be able to...
So the email is from Patrick in Fife, up in Scotland. As delightful as it is to watch Jamie be imperious and to listen to the dulcet tones of Colo and Cam.
There we go. Not Phil. He didn't say Phil.
Did he? Pointedly. He finds it remarkable that no one has remarked the striking resemblance Ben Green bears to Ireland and Connaught winger Mac Hansen. Now, yes, definitely. I have to confess, rugby not being my game, I don't know who that person is.
I'm with you, but here's Patrick is
It is
correct.
uncanny.
They do look very similar.
I do apologise, Patrick. Anyway, it's got him thinking about other county players and who their respective lookalikes are. Another wide. Umpires are stepping in here. They're not having it.
But Surrey also don't really want the wides.
Yeah, it's a strange situation at the moment. That's the way to do it, though, just rolling your wrists. It's hard to shake the sense that Jamie Smith is levels, as they say these days, above the very best that county cricket can throw at him. Kicking away now. If this was a run chase, a time-affected run chase, then this would be a very interesting tactic indeed, and probably a pretty sound one. But you can't help thinking against someone of the concentration of Sibley. He's not going to mind this at all. Yeah. Put that one in the ambitious category, I would say. Umpires, and obviously nothing going for that particular one, but the umpires have had a notably quiet game. That finger has stayed resolutely pocket bound. What are you pointing at there, Cameron? Sorry?
See Ben Cox set up down the leg side.
Yeah, right. I've seen this more and more with keepers. It's interesting, isn't it? Just want to go back to the umpires. So there's been a number of appeals from both sides across the game, but very few LBWs given. Now, that is well bowled, and that does kick off a length. Maybe encouraging getting another one in there on the offside, perhaps. Silly point, or maybe even as essentially a second slip. This has inconvenienced him and pops up. Something to work with there. Ray and Ahmed, if I were you, I would be warming up right in front of my skipper.
Got your wish immediately, I think.
Oh, there he is. Looks like I've set myself up there, doesn't it? Patrick in Fife would be thinking, yeah, of course he has. Of course he has. Where's Collins when you need him? Anyway, I hope this isn't... I hope this is a theory with no basis whatsoever. But if you are an umpire in county cricket with the onset of streams but no DRS, and you know that things are going to be clipped up and shown across social media as soon as something happens of note, and if you were to put your finger up for one that is, let's say, marginal, or maybe even a stinker, then your reputation gets questioned, doesn't it? Your capabilities to do the job get questioned. But if you leave your finger in your pocket for 4 days, then people talk about you a lot less. And I hope that that doesn't get in the way of any psychologically or subconsciously get in the way of any umpire decision, but it would be a natural human thing if it were to, with certain people.
Could that be, well, to follow through that train of thought, if it's making people less likely to give marginal and therefore potentially incorrect decisions,
or contentious decisions. Don't you think?
Because I do know there's definitely been times in the past where you see a 5-wicket haul clipped up and there's an LBW decision there, you go, oof. I remember Ben Stokes commenting on one a couple of years ago, and that's not what you want as an umpire, to have the England captain in the comments below going, like, blimey, that was missing another set.
But if you don't give any, then there's going to be much less noise around the decisions that you've made. It's like a journalist pulling punches on an article because they know that it could cause a bit of a fracas.
I do know that like if you are working for the social media companies covering whatever sport, you are encouraged not to clip up kind of instances where poor decisions are on display,
Sure,
basically.
but it doesn't just come from social media executives, does it? It comes from punters who are watching. It's easy to do. Really lovely first over by Rain Ahmed. Maiden. Accurate. Perhaps slightly fifth stumpy, and so nothing too threatening into the pads. But still, a good start. Now, Jamie Smith, 52 not out from 71. Utterly imperious, as we've grown accustomed to. The only wicket to fall, Rory Burns, from the first over of the day.
I think if Leicestershire had more runs to play with, this would be a very difficult passage of play and day to bat out for Surrey, because the ball is spitting a bit now, and wicket opportunities will arrive through this method they're pursuing. But Surrey will be able to chip away at the lead, and then build on themselves.
So, they're now bringing Rain Ahmed up to what looks like leg slip and deep square, swapping those fieldsmen around, but the positions remain. So they're now going to have 3 men around the bat, and if you like, a man catching at square leg for the chipped flick, or at least to try and keep Sibley on strike. So they're going for this. Certainly worth a try.
Oh!
And that was through the hands. It was on the way down. Would have been one of those that just sticks, really. Yeah, Stevie Eskenazi under there at leg slip. Can't really put that down as a chance. Oh, there we go.
Goodness
right.
Me.
So that has gone, and that will run away. That has turned and gripped.
It's rolled as well.
Yeah, turned, gripped and rolled. Look at that. Wow.
Ben Cox stood on the wrong side. It's going to look quite funny if you see that in isolation.
Yeah, so...
Go on, there's got to be some theatre awaiting us now. Get everyone round the bat. Leicestershire on the charge.
So Cameron is rubbing his hands together here. He's convinced himself that the top's gone, and it's just going to be...
The top in that is where that ball just bounced. Just land it there for the next 100 deliveries.
It's nice, though. You're right, though, Cameron. It has just created some sense of theatre and expectation. So much of this game is convincing yourself that you're in it as well.
Ryan Armour's just come up from deep square into the ring, as it were.
And another wide.
I think that's fine. I think the wides. I think the wides favour Leicestershire in this instance, because this is their best opportunity of taking a wicket that they've had across the morning session. And every time the ball doesn't grip and just goes down the leg side, they get another go at bowling one that will turn and will bite.
Oh, nicely done. Okay, so 92 for 1, 26 gone. Jamie Smith, another 50 racked up this morning.
See.
And it got going with that dreamy
clusters
extra
when
cover drive. That is his area.
He's playing the circumstance.
Punches off the back foot.
I think
both
batting
sides of
at
the track.
3 for Surrey.
I do hope we've included the straight
Doing what
drive.
they do
There
so
it is.
well, and doing what he does so well.
That
Which spinner,
was.
something to think about.
And this one as well.
Whether they can bowl in
Have
tandem.
to be
It's a
in good
nice
nick.
shot.
What a season.
left
He
arm
is
spinner
already
on the
having
rise,
it. Straight back past him. Technically so solid. We could also do a whole package on the way that he's defended across this game. Rain again then. Only the one close catcher, but a couple on the drive. Mid wickets in pretty close as well. That's good. Haven't seen too much from him, the conventional leg spinner. Not an enormous amount of lateral movement with that leggy across the game so far. Got a very effective top spinner, which we've seen.
I wonder how much, or if Leicestershire will want to try Rayan Ahmed from the end Ajaz Patel is bowling at all. Obviously, as a leg spinner, you're less accurate, so you're potentially going to hit that rough a bit less. But when you do, there will be naturally more revolutions on the ball and a greater array of possibilities.
That's not a bad line for a leggy, just a bit full.
Well, we've got 9 overs left, 9 minutes left till lunch.
So, first run conceded from Rayan Ahmed from the last delivery of his second over, 92 for 1.
Do you reckon they can get 3 overs in? Do you reckon you get 2 more bites of Ajaz Patel before lunchtime?
Yep, definitely.
Something that Rayan Ahmed's done well by not going for many runs, well, only one. Those overs have rattled through quickly. And there's just a bit of pressure that Leicestershire are building, or at least a bit of theatre, a bit of fun.
Umpire Michael Burns as well. Great character. Michael Burns playing his part as well. He's not having it. He's not interested in any overt negativity. If you're throwing it down leg, he's going to wide you up. There you go.
But that's not overt negativity.
In his interpretation, it is.
Okay. I think he's trying to chuck it into a bit of rough and it to explode off the surface.
It's interesting, isn't it? Dan Lawrence certainly played around with that idea in the first innings. Had a leg slip in place himself when he was bowling from the Vauxhall end. Different umpire. And wasn't wided at all. It's a different interpretation.
going to spend my lunchtime reading up on playing regs.
Whatever gets you through the night. Seven minutes to go. Leicester will be very keen. As Cam says, have Patel have one more after this. Punched up the ground, and that will beat a wide-ish mid-off. He'll call it in, but he'll pick up 3. Just too full by Patel. Gave it a lot of air.
I think that's a good result for Leicestershire. To your point about kind of Sibley's powers of concentration, Jamie Smith kind of oozes class, but just has that slight tick in his mind where the attacking option is there. To my mind, I think we've seen Sibley kick a few away. I can't have, has Jamie Smith padded up at all here?
Not that I can remember.
Right, 6 minutes to lunch. 96 for 1 after 28. They will absolutely, definitely get another go of Ajaz Patel. It just ticks over to 5 minutes too. Go on, if you're Dom Sibley, get your levers out, stick one in the stands. You're going to have lunch early. Just the one slip still in place. 6-3 field for Ryan Ahmed.
A quiet game as Ryan Ahmed thus far. Picked up a couple of wickets early on in the piece. Bowled nicely initially, actually. Got rid of Daniel Lawrence with a little inside edge in that first innings. Missed out with the bat. When your team gets 6-9-1 and you're batting 4, that is going to sting a bit. Been quite quiet so far with the bat, albeit of course only across 3 innings in the top tier. I thought he bowled well initially in that first innings.
Jamie Smith just playing that defensive off the back foot there. Picking length early, but wouldn't be surprised if Ryan chucks in a googly as a result.
Or a long hop. Even Smith playing within himself. He's not going to turn that down. So, first bad delivery that Ryan Ahmed has bowled in his 3 overs to date. Fairly innocuous so far. And after that first dramatic over, these two have come together and put a pretty stress-free 101 partnership on the board. Any early flutters have been settled in that dressing room. Here we go. Have we got it? Yes, we do. Well played, sir. So we will get that final over in. 3 minutes to go.
We've got some playing regulations up. Hasn't really provided me too much of a conclusion, to be honest.
Go on. This is regarding negative bowling, right?
Yes.
Go on.
Well, actually, you know what? It's shot, Cora. I reckon the umpire... Oh, you can just see a big slash on that ball if we zoom in again. I think we might have to have a replacement there. There's been a chunk taken out of the ball.
Keep hold of it. Get your seamers back on. I don't think anyone questions whether Michael Burns is within his rights to spread the arms.
So it is, but to where I made a point which is subsequently immediately false. For bowlers, my argument was saying, but why is that negative? Because you're attempting to use the rough for a positive impact. Law 22.1 of the County Championship
One
playing
of my favourites.
Regulations for bowlers attempting to utilise the rough outside a batter's leg stump, not necessarily as a negative tactic, the strict limited over wide interpretation shall be applied.
Well, I did not know that.
There you go. Is that a good rule? I don't know. But it is what we've got. Another man goes in under the lid. We've now got 4 surrounding the bat. No fielders on that leg side boundary anymore, apart from a deep backward square leg. This is the good stuff.
Yep. You know it, folks.
I actually think you're kind of exploiting a loophole here if you're Leicestershire, because it means the only balls that count are the good ones. There we go. That one didn't spin, so we'll try again next time.
Oh, yep.
All right, maybe get it a bit straighter again.
Yeah. So, it's silly season time, people. We've had 3.5 days of relatively normal, sane cricket. He's got him! Oh, well, how about that? Spectacular stuff from the final over of this session. It begins and ends with a wicket for Leicestershire. And Ajaz Patel, who was wheeled away, left arm over, giving up wide after wide after wide. Cameron and I going through our own education on the laws of the game. And he picks one up with a very, very fine, sharp catch. Stevie Eskenazi, I think, round the corner at leg slip, right into the mitts. And just when we thought that this game was ambling away from us to a nice, easy draw when we can all shake hands, they strike. 2 down. And they have a way in to this lineup in the most eccentric and audacious of styles. But I tell you what, this game is not dead yet by any stretch. What a catch.
Well, don't go anywhere, because Leicestershire now have an almost infinite asset to call upon. Because, as you see there, Ajaz Patel has only bowled 1 legal delivery in that over. He's bowled 5 of them, but 4 of them are wided for negative, or whatever word you want to use it, bowling. But it means that whilst, yes, he will concede a run every ball that doesn't work, every ball he does bowl is now going to be dangerous.
It's a remarkable passage of play. Here it is. Here is this wicket. Patel gets the line just perfect. It's off the face of the bat. And right into the bucket. Stevie Eskenazi doesn't really have to move, just has to clasp those mitts around it. Gone quickly. It's a fabulous catch, and Sibley's so cranky with himself, as well he might be. Well, it's worked. I can't remember seeing a passage of play. I can't remember seeing a scorecard. A bowler's over, wide, 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 wide.
Wicket.
Wicket. You have to love it, folks. What a game. 105 for 2. So Surrey are still needing to bat well into the afternoon to save this one. They trail by 66. Ajaz Patel picking up that wicket right on the stroke of lunch. Ian Holland earlier in the piece getting rid of Rory Burns from the first over. Josh Hull bowled a couple of very useful deliveries. Beat the bat a couple of times, but was also expensive. Swinging it into Jamie Smith's extra cover drive, and Rayan Ahmed for just the 3 overs as well. So here you go. Surrey still trailing by 66. Still work to be done in the afternoon. Jamie Smith, meanwhile, is just serene. 166, thank you very much, in the first innings, and now 57 unbeaten. He will resume after lunch. And Leicestershire, there'll be just a bit of pep in their step as we head into the afternoon session. We'll be back, of course, for everything that unfolds here in about 35 minutes. Thanks for joining us, and do stay with us.
latest scores from around the country. There were wins yesterday at Chelmsford for Somerset, who won by 10 wickets, and by Leicestershire won by 57 runs yesterday against Middlesex at Lords, and Durham also won by an innings, and 225 yesterday against Rothesay, Bristol. Ongoing matches with Leeds, Yorkshire in their second innings were 153 for 7, still needing another 273 to beat Hampshire. And at Trent Bridge, the Morgan in their second innings were 207 against Nottinghamshire, still needing another 278 runs. Match today by rain at Canterbury. Kent in their second innings was 231 at 5, still trailing, correction, Kent was 231 at 5, trailing Northamptonshire by 275 runs. And finally at Old Trafford, Derbyshire, a 52 for 3 against Lancashire, and need another 86 runs to be a tight match there. umpires and players back on the field. Jamie Smith and Ollie Pope resuming the Surrey match.
Welcome back. That is the match summary. Surrey 66 runs behind still, having lost 2 wickets. Bookended. First over of the day, last over of the day. The openers, Rory Burns, bowled off a thin inside edge from a ball round the wicket from skipper Ian Holland in the first over. Castled comprehensively. And then Dom Sibley just nudging a ball to sharp catch. Well taken by Eskinazi. Had a kind of leg slip. He's still in exactly that position. A bizarre over so far. There's only been one legitimate ball bowled, but Ajaz Patel has delivered the ball from his hand 5 times. Wide, 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 wide. And then that wicket, which brings Ollie Pope to the crease in darkening skies. We are due a little bit of rain, and because it's the last day, any rain will take overs out of the game. But Surrey have made good progress runs-wise. Jamie Smith has been supreme this morning, playing well within himself, but quick to pounce on anything too full. His driving has been immaculate. His timing has been superb. He's now got over 360 runs this season, and we're only in the second match, and he theoretically has power to add, but it's going to be Ajaz Patel who's going to resume that over with much the same field. And the first ball of the day is sponsored, of the session I should say, is sponsored by Stadium Support Services. It's Ajaz Patel. I mean, no runs there. That was just a dead ball off the pad, was it?
Dead
Cam
ball,
Ponsonby
kicks
is
it away.
alongside me.
Hello, Daniel.
And do you know, if yesterday he was looking bright and white and fluffy and clean, he's, oh my word, dropped it, leg slip. I think there's a bit of bad on that. Wait to see the umpire's signal. Fairly sure there was. And Ajaz Patel has got a game plan here, and it did for Dom Sibley in the last ball before lunch, and it very nearly did for Pope there. Fielder getting a hand to it, couldn't quite hold on. Oh, it nearly stuck. And that would have been a big blow. 2 wickets in this over either side of lunch. And I'm intrigued by this line of attack because Cam, in theory, the left arm bowling over the wicket, you can just pad it away. You can get into a stalemate situation here. Like that. Oh, now, my word, he's given that as a wide.
I tell you what, Daniel, I can tell you weren't watching in the 20 minutes before
I know
lunch.
I was, but I thought that was even closer because that missed his pad by a fraction. So what do we think is going on? Is this the new directive that umpires have got to be a bit tighter on what they see as negative bowling?
We looked up the playing regulations.
Did you,
And I
Cam?
can tell you 22.1, and this is the 2025 edition, so we might be a year out of date. Well, we are a year out of date. For bowlers attempting to utilise the rough outside a batter's leg stump, not necessarily as a negative tactic, the strict limited over wide interpretation shall be applied.
Oh!
And so, what this means,
Yes.
and why I'm intrigued by this tactic, because it's working in Leicestershire's favour that there are wides being given, because it's effectively giving them an infinite resource. Because the bad balls that don't spin are bowled again,
Yes.
and the good ones that do spin are the only ones that count. And what we'll see here, a little bit of rain, but I'm getting very excited here,
Oh,
Daniel.
you are actually. You're bouncing
Because
around like a jack in a box.
We've now got Josh Hull bowling from the other end, and this is a plug and play. You'll see him bowling round the wicket,
Yes.
putting those big size 12s through that rough patch.
Yes.
And to be honest, Leicestershire don't care what come out of his hands, they care what's going through his feet.
Oh, that's
And they
beautifully put.
thank you so much. And they're just trying to rough up that area of the ground as much as possible. And Ajaz Patel, for the rest of the day, is going to drop it in the rough. There you go.
Well, it's like being next to a poet, but a cricket analyst poet at
Oh
the same
my
time.
goodness me. It's a good point.
I mean, you can take Harold Pinter's I saw Leonard Hutton in his prime another time, and you can put that where the sun don't shine. Because we've got, beside us here, the veritable, I don't know, what are we going to call you? John Dunn. the John Milton, the Alexander Pope, the Pam Ayres of cricket commentary.
And what I like is there's not an ounce of sarcasm in your voice.
Not an ounce. So that's what is going through his feet there. A fair bit of weight.
And watch where Josh Hole walks back here, straight up down.
Oh yeah, yeah,
That left-hand side.
yeah. Because it's not the danger area, especially if you can get it to spin. He hasn't got it to spin sharply out of that rough though, has he? Really?
There was one which just kind of
popped a touch.
It was an aberration, isn't it? It kind of literally rolled and span.
Rolled and span. Right. Oh yeah. All I'm doing now is keeping my eye on Josh Hull's, I don't know what size they'd be, 15s perhaps?
There was a wonderful friend of mine played a game a couple of years ago, a club match, and there was a former England international who was in the opposition batting, and his team was batting first, so they were going to be bowling later in the day in a time match. And he saw on the frog box stream that every time the batter backed up, as the ball was defended out to cover, he'd walk backwards and he'd be scraping his spikes
Good lad.
through a length.
Proper Shahid Afridi stuff. Oh my giddy aunt. Lovely shot for one. Still driving well here, Jamie Smith. He's going to be important. This partnership's going to be important for Surrey. That wicket just before lunch has again given Leicestershire some real hope. What they do not need is any interruptions, because as we established earlier today with the lights on, you can see, and it's very cloudy up above. And it is apparently word on the street, in other words, via our camera people, is that it is raining. You could just about see a trickle of it. Not enough to take them off. It might have been too much to let them on, though. Another one of those curious things. Another curious thing that's come to me is that dear old Phil Walker, I love Phil's ability to have trenchant opinions.
But
No, there's no but here at
Okay.
all. I think it's an and, because I think he's right on both counts. It's just it sounds mad. He's vexed to the point of infuriation that you can't make up time on the last day.
yeah,
He also thinks that you should be able to shake hands before the last hour. So, with the one hand, he wants more play, and in the other, he wants less.
I kind of
But,
agree with both of those.
I think
though.
he's right. Yeah. I mean, that's what cricket does to you. It sends you slightly potty. Well ducked by Jamie Smith. He's not been tempted, certainly not from this end, the Vauxhall end, because just to remind you, if you're just joining our coverage or have forgotten, the short side is to the offside of Jamie Smith at the moment, and the long side is a very long side. Now, we've seen him be tempted before, most notoriously, I think it was at Headingley when he got out to the 6th ball of the 80th over. He just hit 3 sixes into the Western Terrace, and he went again. He got caught in the boundary.
I think I do remember this.
But he's not been tempted today. It's up on his toes. Plays that immaculately. Is that going to be 4? It is. Well, that is a glide, a guide, and a place of such beauty and timing. You can see why people are very excited about this man. And I'm very much in that camp of excitement, to the point almost of arousal. Oh, my goodness me. Just the way he's got up on his toes.
That's come up over middle stump. And he's got it out behind, off the offside, behind square.
I'm having an attack of the vapours. What a shot. I mean, it is a short boundary. And if he'd played that shot to the other side, if it'd come from the pavilion end, that would probably be 2. There's an umbrella. It gives you an idea. I think any spectator with an umbrella up, as another wide is going to be signalled, needs to be disciplined. This is another thing I would do. I would have stewards just throwing people out for putting an umbrella up while play is on. Don't need to give umpires an idea. How many wides has Patel now bowled?
Lots. You know what? I'll find out for you.
Do you have a shifty? Yeah.
11. 12 including that one maybe.
He's got that fine, and it's going to run down towards the boundary, and it's going to make it there. It's gone very fine. And these runs are important, because although the order of the day for Surrey is to try to bat basically the day, the requirement to bat the full day does diminish if they get ahead of Leicestershire. So that, technically speaking, is a chance as he's hit that onto the right shin of leg slip. It's not a realistic one. The wind's picking up though, so fans of there being cricket to watch.
You can see maybe that patch of rain we had just disappearing into the distance.
You can see the rain itself, but it's not here. I don't know if our cameras are able to get it. It's streaky, like the tendrils of a jellyfish. That's a rather hopeful appeal. There'll be a few of those. There are some office blocks that, they're going off. The rain is now too much. They're scampering away. We're now going to lose time. As the ground staff bring on first the mat. And I think, yes, the tarpaulins are coming away from our left. As the tendrils of the jellyfish have now made their way here to the Keir Oval. They've expanded beyond the rather owl-like buildings. Away to our left, towards London Bridge. So in that mini session, Surrey have picked up some runs. Smith 62, Pope 7. Added some runs to reduce the deficit to 52, but there was a dropped chance at leg slip. As the covers are coming on properly, now this will mean that there will be a delay of some sort, and any delay of any sort eats into the overs today, Cam Ponsonby, which is something that Leicestershire can ill afford.
And also just the bits of rain, doesn't have to be much, will kind of make that rough a bit more compact, a little bit less roughy. I think so.
Yeah, you'd prefer it if you were spinner for it to be dry.
Well, I think that is the common train of thought, that the drier it is, the more kind of spitting the wicket shall do if the ball lands in those footholds.
Because it's not raining enough to make it sticky, is it?
No,
like a sticky
absolutely
dog
not.
From the days of yore.
That cricket cliches pod's really got into your bones, I think.
It really has, yes. Now it is sort of brightening up, I should say. We've got little patches of blue sky away to our right, and there is a fairly vigorous wind. You can see there both the rain on the camera and also the flags fluttering. If you're a Leicestershire fan, that will be your source of encouragement. And that is a very accurate image we are now seeing. But look at those flags up there. They are really, today has not been much in the way of wind. There has been other points in the game, but today has been a fairly still day. But now we're getting a little gust, which is hopeful for pushing the clouds away and bringing us some more cricket. We came off around about 3 or 4 minutes ago. We're definitely going to be losing some overs.
Well, I'll be deeply disappointed. I'm disappointed that we're off now. I know that there's no choice in the matter. It is raining pretty heavily.
No.
But having had 3 days and a session of bats dominating ball,
You felt that now
the
now
payoff
was the
has
time.
been we've got this kind of bizarre match happening where Ajaz Patel and Leicestershire are pursuing a tactic I must admit I've not seen much of.
No.
And it's an intriguing couple of hours ahead.
And do you think that this means that they'll pursue the further roughing up of the pitch beyond the utilisation of spinners from both ends?
How might they do that? What are you insinuating?
I'm suggesting that they go on with, your seam bowlers from the Vauxhall end.
Yes.
That's rather going to mean we don't get to see as much of Rayhan bowling, which is a shame.
It does, which is a shame. But when Rayhan bowled his 3 overs before the lunch break, it for whatever reason, whether just more right arm over has come through. I guess Ajaz Patel was plugged in at the pavilion end for much of Surrey's innings, and he's been the main spinner who has bowled. I guess Dan Lawrence has bowled as well. I'm trying to work out why there is more rough at the Vauxhall end, which Ajaz Patel is bowling towards, than at the other end. Because when Rayhan Ahmed bowled, there was nothing really there, no real spin on offer.
No, and then Josh Hull did bowl a fair bit from the pavilion end, didn't he, in the first things? And I think Reece Topley bowled a bit from that end as well. Big left armer coming over the wicket to create a bit of rough outside the right-handers off stump. Now we've got 3 tarpaulins out, and pegs are going to go in. And I'm afraid what that means is it's going to take a while before we get back on. Which is a shame.
It is a shame.
I mean, we'll probably pause in a moment before we do. Just again, you're sartorial choice. You're going with washed out jeans and very white top. I'm feeling strongly about, like it's 1986, 87 for me here.
What's wrong with my hoodie?
not
I'm being
any old,
laughed at by Ali Brown and George in the back of the
Ali,
box.
Ali, you agree, don't you? This is like a weird flashback to about 40 years ago. All fashions come back. Have you got white socks on?
I've always got white socks
Oh,
on.
goodness me. It's lovely. It's lovely.
I'm going to have a think of it. This is the second time. This is actually the third time because I've had
Yes, you can.
You
Sorry.
having a go at me what I'm wearing twice in the last 24 hours. I've also had a little, not a snap at me. I've had a little go at me from someone else in my life.
Go? Oh no.
Oh
Who?
no. Someone else.
Well, you're living with your parents now, so you must be used to people having a go at you.
I mean, there's a lot of things. We're getting quite close to a lot. We're getting quite close to a lot of topics I don't really want to talk about publicly at the moment.
Yeah, he's not really putting himself in the shop window, is he? Yeah, gone back to live with his parents.
I've got myself in trouble for talking about kind of extracurricular topics before on live on air. So,
Okay,
what a world!
what a world. Cameron Ponsonby, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Um,
God. Uniqlo. If anyone's interested, just go there and buy everything. This is your job to be talking right now.
No, well, I know. I'm just waiting for instruction. I want to know if we've got anything we want to plug.
Because you're being so entertaining, taking the mickey out of me.
So, we've got a T20 video that we're going to show you. That's what we're going to do. And hopefully it's going to tell you all about the wondrousness of T20 that's coming up, because it's a Vitality Blast before very long.
The runs just keep flowing. What a performance it's been! Very eventful innings here in South London. That's out and he's off in celebration.
So there you go. Tickets from just £27 for T20 Blast. Can Surrey finally get their hands on that T20 trophy? It's been a long, long time since the inauguration of the Vitality T20 Blast. Wasn't called that then, of course. But here we have a bit of rain, but we've also got a milky sun. So I don't know. I think this is going to be quite a short break. With a bit of luck, we might be able to show you some bits and bobs of what's happened over the last couple of days. Let's have a look at Jamie Smith, because he has been sumptuous today.
Better.
It's the languid nature of these drives.
In clusters when
Third successive score of
conditions,
50
he's playing
plus.
the
2 of those
circumstance.
have been converted into hundreds. That standing
I think by
tall,
batting at 3,
not even punching,
Surrey,
just really
it was-
placing off the back foot. It's a sign
Doing
of
what they
great
do
class.
so well
He's
and doing
driven
what he
straight
does
down
so
the
well.
ground really
Which
well.
something to think about.
It's been another feature of his
Whether
play
they can
there.
bowl in
Look at
tandem. That's a nice shot.
What a season he is
wonderful
already
on drive.
having.
And here, yesterday's wickets, they came late, but Tom Laws picked up a whole bunch, bowling accurately and full with the third new ball. Tom Laws, Jordan Clark, LBW as well. I haven't seen too many LBWs until the back end of yesterday as the shadows were lengthening. And then another one, absolutely plumb. Laws targeting those stumps. An inside edge from Ajaz Patel off his first ball was what did for him. And then a wicket right at the end of play, which meant that when we began play today, the game was set up. We knew exactly what was going on. There was going to be no declaration chat. Surrey were just going to have to go out and bat with a deficit of 171, which they've reduced by 119. But this will be frustrating for Leicestershire. Perhaps less frustrating for Surrey, although in a way they've just got a bit of a groove going. They're going on at not far off 4 and over.
Oh, this is wonderful for Surrey. They've got no chance of winning this match.
No.
I don't know if we are going to continue, but I had one question for you.
Yeah, far away.
Jamie Smith,
Yeah.
as the leader of his adoring fan club, what's your blue sky Jamie Smith summer? What's he doing? Is he with the gloves at number 7 for England, or are you seeing a man who potentially is about to score 3 successive centuries at number 3, and saying, Jacob Bethel, you go and open with Ben Duckett?
If it was me, If it was me,
if it was you,
and it isn't me,
okay. But what if it was?
If it was me,
yes,
or indeed if it were me,
okay,
then that's exactly what I would do.
Right,
I've said it a couple of times during the course of this game. I think that Jamie Smith is generational talent with the bat. And although he keeps wicket very well, he probably won't thank me for saying this because he's probably very happy to be England's wicket-keeper. But I think you get the most out of the very, very high ceiling that is Jamie Smith's batting by allowing him just to bat. And I think number 3 is a position that England have struggled to conquer. Jacob Bethell might argue that having got 100 at number 3, why doesn't he get to do it? Why doesn't Jamie Smith open instead? I don't know. But Jacob Bethell has played a lot less cricket than Jamie Smith, and I think you can mould him into an opener. Everything that he's been asked to do, he's done very well. And Jamie Smith has batted in the middle order for most of his Surrey career. He's barely kept wicket for Surrey because, of course, they've got Ben Foakes, one of the premier glovemen in the world. So that would be how I would do it. And then I would bring in a different wicket-keeper. Chances are that the way England constantly insist on looking to the future, that might be James Roux instead of Ben Foakes. I think Ben Foakes is a better keeper and a very good batter. But one always has to look at this with the view of your glass half full. If that were to happen, then Somerset would be missing out on a very, very strong player, and Surrey would get to keep a very, very strong player. So in terms of county championship,
Be perfectly
suit
happy
me.
with it.
And I've written a piece in Wisden Cricket Monthly this month that says that I find it much easier to support my county than my national team. So you know exactly where my where my loyalties lie. But yes, I think that having watched a lot of Jamie Smith, as have you, he's an extraordinary talent with the bat, and I would like him not to be exhausted by being in the field for longer than any other wicket-keeper in this country since the 1960s, as he was last summer, and utterly exhausted by it. Were you not aware of that?
I don't think I was, no.
Yeah, well, that India series, England batted at a much faster pelt than India, and as a result, they found themselves in the field for an incredibly long time.
I just wonder if there could be because it's funny that there's probably a commentary box down in Taunton. Well, they finished their game, so they're not playing at the moment, where they're probably having a similar discussion where James Roux, potentially his long-term future isn't with gloves in hand. So he'd love to be in the top 3 for England. He's moved up to number 3 recently, or last week for Somerset, and he scored a century from there. Do you remember here at Surrey when
Sun's out, by the way.
Ollie Pope, he'd started batting 3 for England, but he wasn't batting 3 for Surrey, and there was that kind of clash where it was a case of, well, we're trying to win the county championship. We're not really here just to listen to what you want our batting.
Not a feeder for the England team.
If, as the cliche goes, I need to stop saying that. Like if your number 3 is 1 ball away from opening, you could be facing the second ball of the match.
Indeed, Jamie Smith came in today and
in the first over,
faced the ball before Dom Sibley faced the ball.
Indeed. Could there be the potential if the gap at the top of England's order is Zach Crawley, of course, still has the chance to start the summer. If that is the place, and Jamie Smith is being so successful at 3, could you envisage a phone call from the ECB to Alex Stewart Towers on the other side of this ground saying, do us a favour, can Rory bat at 3 and Jamie go up?
Well, I could envisage the phone call happening, but I think that Alex Stewart will do what's best for Surrey.
Lovely.
Because that's his job. And
covers are coming off.
And he does do that. He's very reliable at doing that as well. So, yeah, I imagine they might get short shrift. We shall see. Even though, of course, Goulden, the 2 Richards, Goulden Thompson, are from this parish at one point. But I think we can see that Surrey haven't given the gloves to Jamie Smith, have they? They've picked what they know to be their best lineup, which is Smith to bat at 3 and Foakes to keep wicket and bat at 6, and Pope at 4, which is where they want him. So, that is Surrey's prerogative, I'd say. Sun is out, covers are coming off. I don't think we're even going to need much in the way of the old tractor and rope here, are we?
It'll be lovely. I think we'll be getting going fairly shortly. If you do have any thoughts on England's potential hypothetical 11 come June, let us know at surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
One thing I'm interested in is, as a county fan, because this is very much something that you get with Somerset fans, is they get very vexed at their players being overlooked for England. They get very vocal about this. I always find it slightly strange because, as I've sort of articulated,
that means they get to play for you.
Get to play for you. Are you a county fan who wants to see all your players go and play for England, or are you a county fan who would rather that England actually just forgot to go to your county and see your hugely prolific opener unfurl century after century? Or are you somewhere in between? Give us your thoughts. There's no right answer to this, by the way. It just tells you a little bit about you. It's a bit like, it's a bit like asking a football fan, like an Arsenal fan, would you be happy to win the European Cup but not win the league? That sort of thing. They're all ludicrous hypotheticals because you have no control over it at all. But
as I often do, try and relate everything back to my own club cricket experience. Being a second 11 player, it's like when the kind of precocious young talent is picked by the ones rather than the stalwart who actually scores loads of runs every week and is the better player.
Yes.
And I think this is wonderful when they pick the one that's going to score fewer runs. Oh, take him.
Yeah,
we'll keep
keep
the good one.
When I was captain of the twos, that was exactly how I saw it. Yeah, I'm going to give you this promising, bright flibbity-gibbet. He'll run around in the field for you.
He will run around.
And he'll get out in the twos playing a really ridiculous reverse scoop off his second ball. So you can have that. And we'll take gnarly Derek. We'll dig in and make sure we get a draw every game.
Goodness me.
When does your season start, by the way?
9th of May is the first league.
That's a while.
Well, it's just a bit of a quirk of the calendar this year.
Quirky.
I don't really know why, but so it's bizarre. The first pre-season friendly.
They'd play on the 2nd of May, wouldn't they?
Well, what do you want from me?
Are you not frustrated? Aren't you itching to get
but
out
it's
there?
weird because you still only play one weekend in September. It's not so late that then flips out the other side. So this is what I mean by quirk of the calendar.
Quirky, yeah.
I mean, every year I just do my best to stay on the top pitch, and as long as I can do that, then that's all well and good. Will you be playing at all?
I hope not. Play is going to resume at 2:20, which is marvellous. It means that I'll have done my stint by then. And I'd no idea how many overs we're going to have remaining. Do we have word of that yet? Well, I can see minimum remaining today 56.3. And that's definitely a change, isn't it?
And also it does say play to start on the ticker, so that's probably been factored in.
I think it has. So 31.3 plus 56.3 equals 88.
It's been
So
updated.
we've lost 8 overs. Lost 8 overs. And I think what that really in effect means is that as I was doing my calculations, if Surrey bat 80 overs, they'll be done. Because there'd be the break between innings, you lose 2 overs, and by that stage, if they do bat 80 overs, even going at 3 and over, they'd have a lead of 100. You can't get 100 in 6 overs. So
you can give it a go.
So I think we're now starting to get a better idea. The hypotheticals are starting to come into place here, and Leicestershire have got to bowl out Surrey inside 80 overs, perhaps slightly fewer depending on the pace at which Surrey's batters go. And on the flip side of that, Surrey now have a kind of clearer target in mind, don't they? It means that a second new ball is going to be completely irrelevant. That's the other thing that we can tell. So lovely. We're sort of losing. Oh, that's very kind. Churchy's brought me a present. We're sort of losing some of the variables. I do like it with that. It's like, I don't know if you're like this, but when there's a league like the IPL, for example, I love to see sides lose time and time and time again, because I quite like housekeeping. I like to clean things.
Yes.
So I like it when a side in the IPL has lost their 8th game, because then I know they can't qualify. So boom, you're gone.
So you want things nice and neat and tidy.
Yes, I just want to reduce the number of possibilities.
Easy to understand.
Yes. So I don't have to go if this, then that, like Boolean logic. Drives me mad.
Things like bonus points for 400 runs scored.
No, love that.
Oh, right, okay, got you, okay. Thought just for those of you joining us now.
I think there should be bonus points for second innings.
Just having a look at the...
So what is happening here? They are taking the rope and they are attaching it to... Now I think this is a bit of a different contraption this year. This looks like a really... I'd love to be driving that, wouldn't you? And so you can't get it into gear, bless him. Well, press the pedal, press it harder. You can just yank that a bit more. Let's go a bit slowly. It's not quite going to do the job at that pace. Because the idea is that you whisk round at super speed and you break up all the water molecules into tinier water molecules. and then they evaporate nice and quickly, and you dry it out. And there we go. Ease away. This is normally Lee Fortis's job, isn't it? He likes to sit in the super buggy. It almost looks like a miniature hovercraft, this one. I'd be up for a ride in that, wouldn't you, Cam?
It's a good gig.
It's a good gig. It's
Yeah.
a classic April garb he's got on there. Ground staff. I love ground staff. Shorts, woolly hat. So it has to keep the head warm, but the legs they can freeze. That's absolutely fine. So round he
I
goes.
agree with that, yeah.
I think, no, yeah. So Lee is holding the rope as the hover, as the mini. Actually, it's a little bit like, you ever watch Wacky Races?
I think I played it.
Played it.
Oh, you can. I think we came with computer
did it?
source,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, Penelope Pitstop and the Anthill Mob and all that. It looks like a contraption from Wacky Races, but Lee is standing sentinel with the rope over his shoulder. There we go. And that rope's going to go round the outfield, breaking up the water molecules, hopefully not breaking them so much it splits the atom and creates a gigantic chain reaction that renders the oval nothing but an irradiated mass. But with a bit of luck, we'll avoid that particular problem. You're right, Cam?
No.
It's good for you, a bit of physics.
I know. I've just got the live stream up on YouTube and watching the.
What, are you
number of
ignoring
people-
me completely? Just
No, I'm just watching
somebody
the
else.
number of people tuning in, dropping.
Come back, the sun is out.
Do you know what's actually the worst? Is it's going up at the moment.
Oh, well. Has word got out? Probably that the cricket's coming on, not that there's an imminent
good
nuclear
point.
explosion
Yeah.
caused by a rope and a water molecule. There is Lee, head groundsman, chief ground person at the Oval. A larger-than-life figure is Lee.
Looks like hard work, that.
Well, it does, doesn't it?
That one doesn't look like hard
No.
work.
That's the thing. You see, if I was in charge, I'd be driving that, and I'd be getting him to hold the rope.
That's why you're not a natural leader of men,
I'm
Daniel.
not, actually. No. I'm a natural underminer of leaders of men. It actually does. Our producers pointed out, it actually looks like Lee, with his enormous strength, is actually pulling the tractor. Come on. There was a moment it looked like he might have to do that, actually, when it didn't start originally. But beautifully navigated. Past those balls. This is magnificent work. We should put a full obstacle course together. Loving every minute of this. This is so much more fun than Formula One, isn't it? Oh, you're a fan of that as well, are you? Have you lost the will to live? Shall I get out of the way? Let Colo in.
Is Colo coming in?
Oh, you're so
I'll
happy.
get out of it. That's fine.
No, you stay.
I'm staying.
Yeah, you
this
stay-
is a,
you
well,
stay-
actually, I
you
guess
stay,
it's
I
just,
leave.
it's just a small win. Marginal gains.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, Colo, come in. Speak to Cam. I've nearly broken him. I think it'll just take one more push to send him over the edge.
Well, thank goodness. Adam Collins, welcome and thank you.
I feel like I need a sort of a précis on what he was talking to you about. I found myself doing other things during the rain delay.
No, well, nothing related to the cricket.
I wouldn't have thought so.
What?
Wouldn't have thought so. I was told it was very good, whatever you were talking about. How did you go last year when, was it rain delay? No, it wasn't rain delay chatter. There was the bit of commentary with you and Ath when we were doing the Nottinghamshire game where he was probing you on Robert Redford films.
Yes.
And you didn't have a Scooby, and then you did try and probe him on Paddington 2.
Indeed.
It was good material, I thought.
It was. It's followed me around that bit, and also
Has
to be
it?
fair, I've indulged it a little bit as well. Because it's a nice snippet where you've got a 3-second clip of myself asking Mike Clapton if he's ever watched Paddington, which is nice. I think to peel back the curtain, as it were. I've known Mike for a few years now, and I'm not a very star-strucky person, but he's Mike Atherton.
It's Mike Atherton, that's true. It doesn't matter how long you know him for, he's Mike Atherton.
But the evening before, I think that was day 2 of the Nottinghamshire game. I think on evening 1, a little gang of us had gone to the pub, which had included Atherton, and,
Right.
I'd got the first proper laugh out of him that I ever had, and so I was feeling confident and feeling giddy.
Good context.
Go. This man's got the right idea.
Yep, I wonder what he's reading. Can you get in closer if you're hearing us Oh, maybe not. Maybe that ship sailed. That's bold. On one's own, in the sun. I suppose the rain stopped, hasn't it? What's in the bag of goodies there? Funny if she pulled out a bottle of scotch or something. I know you're not meant to bring your own booze in here, and you really shouldn't, but people very much do.
I think for county championship games, I think it's actively allowed.
Oh, is it? You might be thinking about the ground 5 miles north of here.
I don't think. Well, we'll check the T's and C's.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm pretty sure. I mean, I know I have done it.
Yeah,
So
I don't doubt it. They do talk of this being the best beer garden in South London during a blast game, don't they? It's kind of part of the marketing, isn't it? Or near enough to it. Best party. He's having a pint. Here we go. It's not a BYO. So's he.
we were talking about some of
I feel like Bumble here, just picking out people at the crowd and explaining it having a pint. He's having a pint.
we were talking downstairs with some of the kind of the Surrey backroom staff, or I guess corporate staff, but a better definer about the potential of having like a Kia Oval news agents like in the concourse, because they've got their partnership here is with Heineken, and Heineken have Madri, Cruz Campo, all these different types of beers underneath their umbrella. So you could come into the concourse, go into the Kia Oval. Oh, we've had something spilt on the balcony. No, cut away. That's fine. As you go in, you can get your tinnies on location.
It's a good idea. Probably quite a bit you could do inside a cricket ground. We spoke. That's an interesting shot. Got his sunnies on his head. Looks like it's an optical illusion. That's not his eyes. That's the top of his bonds. There's an Antigua at the Rec. I don't know why, but we've had reason to refer to Kirtley Ambrose a couple of times during the week. And inside the recreation ground at Antigua, which you've probably visited, right? You're a bit of the Caribbean. Yeah, it's a rite of passage when you tour the Caribbean. When you go to Antigua, you talk down the Viv Richards Stadium, for it is an absolute shocker, and it is. And you talk up how much life was better when they played cricket in the capital of St John's at the Rec, across the road from the prison, and that type of thing. And they have got all of those. It's not even a food truck. Food truck's not the right frame. Food tents.
Yeah.
But they're open every single day, and they're still operating inside the Rec. And I sat down at one of them a couple of years ago to have a bite to eat, and sat next to me, pulled up next to me, was Kirtley Ambrose, just getting his food.
Oh, brilliant!
In the middle of the day.
I remember doing my kind of duty-bound trip to the Rec, and I went with a fair dose of scepticism that I was going to kind of feel the history and all those kind of twee sentences.
Yeah.
But to my surprise, I really did, and it was such a special place.
Gorgeous.
To go, and you look around, you go like, why are we not still here?
They came back there for one test match randomly when the Viv Stadium wasn't fit for purpose in 2009. They played a couple of overs. No, they didn't even get on. That was the test where they didn't even get on at Antigua. England were playing there. The run-ups were too sandy. And they said, can we still play cricket? We can still play. There's a pitch there. Roll it. Back tomorrow. We'll play a test match at the old ground. I mean, remarkable that you could pull these things off. We're back after rain at Ajaz Patel in that familiar outside the leg stump line to Ollie Pope, who's on 7. Reminder, they're trailing by 52. There was a wicket on the stroke of lunch. 105 for 2 is when they dined. Eskenazi round the corner. Ajaz Patel, a bizarre over where Sibley fell for 32. But the attack remains the same. 2 catches on the leg side, looking for the footmarks. Not there, he won't. Nicely played by Pope for a couple. But then when I went there a few years on from that for the first time, I thought, well, they've played a test match here a few years ago, whatever it was. There might still be a square there. No, all football, and there had been a Jimmy Cliff concert there the night before. So they still had all of the, I guess, the debris from a big concert there in Antigua. Kicking away. I love it when you can kick it away. 9 for Pope, 121 for 2, 50 behind. Ali Brown's jumping in. Thank you, Cam. You've done some splendid rain fill there. It's a big part of the job when broadcasting is rain fill. And you are getting your air miles up in doing just that, as I welcome back Surrey great Ali Brown. Ali, hello.
Collo, how are you?
Never better than being at the championship for 4 days.
Yes.
Love it here. Looks like big Josh Hull's going to keep on keeping on from our Vauxhall end. Bowled 8 overs earlier today. The name of the game for him is to make as many footmarks as is possible on either side of the pitch to give Ajaz Patel plenty to aim for, I suppose.
Yeah, I think he's hoping that under that green exterior there's some dry soil similar to the chicken that we had at lunch. But yeah, I mean, look, they want a bit of rough there.
2 back on the leg side, leg gully-ish around the corner as well. 50 in arrears. So to map this out, we've got a long way left in the day. 55.5 overs, so 50 runs to get in the black. So Surrey still have a fair bit of work to do here. Just getting to the lead won't be enough. They'll need a decent lead if they were to be bowled out with enough overs to go, given how adept modern players are to chasing.
Well, I think so. I mean, T20 has meant that anything's possible, isn't it? 200 can be chased down in 20 overs these days, and especially with a boundary on that side, which is probably 45 yards. So, yeah.
That'll be a thrilling finish if we end up in a situation like that in a few hours. We're staying with us for that. Of course, Surrey trying to the extent they can, just suppress any of that. They've done well since lunch. No major dramas, apart from a drop catch straight after the resumption round the corner. That would have been interesting. 2 in the over, not to be.
It would have been a good one, wouldn't it? I
Yeah,
mean,
true.
Actually, I thought Dom Sibley's chance was a good catch. It's never easy round there in those positions, but unfortunately it was clipped to where his hands were, but it was a good take. Would have been 2 good catches in the over, but you make your own luck.
He's had a good game, Eskenazi. Of course, an even century yesterday. Sun's back out after the rain delay. 49 in arrears, Surrey.
How much as this is going to create a little bit of rough outside that stump, I think the patience of the Surrey players should be enough that anything out there will be kicked away. It's not as if there's a whole barrel load of left-handers to come in and make it a little more difficult. So, and of course, anything outside the leg stump is not going to be testing LBW or the umpires, who have been fairly slow to get the hands out their pockets anyway.
I was going to check with Daniel, who's still in the box. Did you go around the grounds in the rain delay? No, we can go around the grounds while we're together as well, given we're into the final day. We should at least have a sense of what's going on across both divisions. Relatively quiet passage of play. Pope can move to double figures comfortably there, and remembering that Smith 100 in the first dig. As Jamie Smith secured twin tons before. I've got a feeling he might have done it against... no, I won't say it out loud. I better check my workings before committing to this, but Jamie Smith has that in front of him. He's been serene.
He's been the standout, hasn't he, on both sides? I know it's been a high-scoring game, but it just looked incredibly balanced, front foot and back. Thought the shot in particular, where he rode Josh Hull, kept on top of it down a third man, was very impressive, and just shows the sort of form and balance that he's in.
So I'll start at Leeds, where Hampshire have nearly got the job done against Yorkshire, and they needed that. Hampshire, who started the season poorly, feel like they might be a candidate to go down indeed, having had a window that's been open for a number of years. Touch awkward there. 2 runs off it, 123 for 2. So the state of play there was that Yorkshire was set an improbable 426, and they're currently 197 for 8. Kyle Abbott, the ever reliable. How's this for a beautiful set of numbers? 17 overs, 10 maidens, 6 for 21. Now 9 down, sorry. So that might have been Abbott with the... it would have been Dawson who picked up the wicket of Yorkshire's captain, Dom Bess. So 1 wicket away from victory for Hampshire, which would be significant given where they've been. Of course, Somerset won by 10 wickets yesterday at Chelmsford over Essex. Sussex, good win there. They were set 328 for their second win of the season, so they'll be top of the table regardless of what happens in the remainder of the day. Warwickshire setting them 328. Sussex hauled it down for the loss of 5 wickets, as you'd expect here, kicking away Pope to start the over. Daniel Hughes 83. Jack Leaning 120 not out. Tom Price 70 not out. So when they came together, when John Simpson fell at 184 for 5, you'd be thinking Warwickshire are a very strong chance of winning that. But Sussex, that's a great stand for the 6th wicket. Unbeaten, Leaning and Price. It's a top result for Sussex, who of course beat Leicestershire by 222 runs last week. 2 results. 1 game that's nearly over. And another near result as well, which should get wrapped up pretty soon at Nottingham, where Glamorgan was set plenty 478, and they're 224 for 8 presently. So got to a decent start in the chase, but everything's got to go right to get anywhere near 400. 478 the target, and then the wickets for Nottinghamshire have been spread around. A couple for Hutton, a couple for Lyndon James, Fergus O'Neill, Dylan Pennington, Liam Patterson-White. Very strong attack there at Trent Bridge, having won the championship last year. Then over in the 2nd division, Worcestershire, of course, won yesterday at Lords by 57 runs, bowling out Middlesex for 204 in the 4th innings. Did you see the social media video of the song last night by chance, Ali?
No.
So what Worcester did, or at least how they depicted it on socials, they said that you're not allowed to film inside the dressing room at Lords or something. Now, I'm not sure if that's right, by the way. I'm pretty sure I've seen team songs filmed at Lords, but let's assume that's authentic, and they were told that they weren't to. So instead, cutting off the stumps, but getting there in the nick of time, just the wide from the over, 124 for 2, 47 behind Surrey, still 54 overs left in the match. They filmed the balcony from out on the field whilst they were singing the song, and you could see the bowler's bar shaking, the glass in the bowler's bar beneath the... it would have been that side of the ground? I'm just trying to think. Yes, it would have been, your way side, of course. That was shaking when they were singing the song above it, which is pretty cool. So, well played to Worcester, who get their first win of the season. A thumping victory for Durham that was wrapped up yesterday as well by an innings and 225 runs set up by gigantic batting innings. Ben McKinney, 244, and then their outstanding pace bowling group went to work, complemented by Callum Parkinson. Got it done easy. Then in the other 2 games, Derbyshire... this is the close one. Okay, so Lancashire, Derbyshire, that's one to keep an eye on through the afternoon. It'll be over in the next hour or so, one way or the other, you would think. Derbyshire have been set 138, and they're 82 for 6. And a bloke you might have heard of by the name of James Anderson, he's up and about. Jimmy's just picked up another wicket. He's got 2 for 11. Just picked up Anuj Dale for a duck. Runs there, just 1 out to deep square leg. So Anderson's got 2, Tom Bailey's got 2, the 2 old veterans. I think it's fair to call Tom Bailey a veteran now. Paul Coughlin's in the book as well, but 6 of the 10 they need. So Derbyshire still require 56. Lancashire 4 wickets. Anderson flying. So, of course, stick with us. But if you're going to want to open a second stream, I'd be suggesting that may not be a bad one to go to. And the 4th and final game in the 2nd division, there could still yet be a result there down at Canterbury, where Kent are in their 2nd innings, following on 231 for 5. So they're still 275 runs away from making Northamptonshire, I should say, bat a second time after Northampton made the rather extraordinary 684 for 2 declared earlier in the match. So they need to bat for a further... It says here 75 overs, that can't be right. They'll have half a day to bat, and they need to preserve those 5 wickets. So still a chance for Northampton to claim full points down at Canterbury away from home. And that is around the ground. So we'll keep a closest eye on what's going on in Lancashire. Derbyshire, feels like Hampshire, are close to victory over Yorkshire as well, and Notts not far away from a victory of their own. So that's the lay of the land around the country.
Good to see Sussex starting well. Now they've got a few issues down there, but they started the season really well and put that behind them. But a good side.
Sort of felt like last season they had that consolidation season that Leicester are after, accepting that Sussex have got broader troubles with points deductions and so on to deal with. But that's a beauty from Hull. Round the wicket, bit fuller, drawing Pope into the shot. Had to play at it from that angle. And spat off the seam. I caught a glimpse of England's Supremo, Rob Key, just before lunch. He was over to the right of where our commentary box is. I wonder who... Well, he'd be here watching Jamie Smith primarily, but presumably watching Josh Hull as well. He's been as part of the England sort of bowling contracts, whatever they call it these days.
Yeah, I think he's actually bowled quite well. Yeah. I prefer him at this end, I have to say. He's got a bit of protection out there on the boundaries, which we mentioned earlier. But he's, on what's been a good wicket with a lot of runs on it, he hasn't shied away from the battle, has he?
Decent pace on that bouncer to finish. 127 for 2, 44 behind Surrey. Smith 65 after 166 in the first innings.
He won't be he'd be very happy with what he's seeing with Jamie Smith. He just looks like he's got more time than everyone else at the moment, doesn't he? Just looks unhurried. I mean, in particular when he's facing Josh Hull, he's got his movements are good. He's got plenty of time and plenty of options.
Just saying this down to Leicestershire, loud enough for everyone to hear. Can someone please text the group or text Adam and find out what the goes with tea? Tea might have changed due to the rain, I'm not sure. Thanks, guys. So staying with that over the wicket into the rough. It's brought one wicket. I said this on comms earlier. I feel like Ajaz Patel, he's been brought into this team, a test bowler. That's gone the distance. Trusting the swing. Goes a long, long way. Jamie Smith into the 70s. Short boundary. It's nearly got out of the ground altogether where the scoreboard is here. Seeing a couple of patrons converge in the third back row. They find the ball and throw it back, but no doubt where that was going.
I mean, it's not a long way. If you get 3/4 of it's gone. If you get all of it, it's can you find the cricket at the old cricketers pub? It's a nice boundary to have. The thing is, when you have a shorter boundary like that, you don't try and overhit. So and hence that often means that you time it better anyway.
You must have plonked a few balls into the cricketers pub, Ali, given your reputation and your power hitting.
Well, it depends how far you are this end. I did make a mistake against a bowler played for Kent called Hartley Elaine many years ago, playing in the second team here, and I accidentally hooked one, and further than I thought, but I wasn't trying to hook it, if that makes sense. I certainly didn't want to upset a fast West Indian bowler, and it went into the cricketers pub. But I spent most of the 5 minutes before the ball came back thinking I wish I hadn't done that, because I knew the next ball would be quicker and at my chin. So it wasn't actually. The next ball was fuller, but the ball after that was quicker and at my chin.
And again, same treatment from Jamie Smith. Couple of sixes in the over. So the previous delivery being a defensive bowling leg side wide meant that Smith knew they had to be closer to his leg stump, into position early. He's gone from 65 to 77. There would have been some musicians who moved pretty quick between 65 and 77, and that's what Jamie Smith has done in this over.
I mean, to be honest, it is a free hit, because if you're going to get a top edge, it's likely to go to 45. And the man's on the boundary, so you might actually get away with that. And if you get half of it, you'll put it away. He's been in there long enough now to know the pace and bounce of the wicket.
Well, they wanted him doing it. Deep square wasn't even out there, right, earlier in the year. So they kind of wanted him to play the shot and miscue, hoping there'd be a top edge somewhere. But
I think he's in a position now where Surrey only 31 behind. They've also got a very strong batting lineup going forward. I think it's important to still push back. You can't just play nervously and negatively, because if you just keep padding away and the runs aren't going anywhere, then and suddenly you did lose a couple of wickets, you then put a little bit of pressure on those coming in later on. But he's doing exactly the right thing, and I think as soon as Surrey can get parity on score, then you might see them become even more aggressive.
Lovely. Ollie Pope 100 in the first innings. Played plenty of those types of shots. Picks out the short boundary. First ball of Hull set. 27 behind, so they're galloping towards parity, which will help psychologically. It'll mean that even if they lost a couple of wickets, they would know that they're doing so from a position of not strength per se, but at least able to do things a bit more on their terms. Having lost a wicket in the first over, and then again in the last over before lunch, this passage of play, this partnership has helped steady things down. Now we're 39. So we've lost 8 overs, and being the final day, we don't get them back. That's worth noting as well. So it's an 88 over final day.
It's interesting watching Ollie Pope's footwork as well. He's someone who I feel, if he gets his front foot across his back foot, that drive he played that over was imperious. Sometimes he stays a little open, which means he doesn't quite get over it as much. But as I said, just the last couple of balls, I really like where he's at.
We're at that stage now with Smith where face 100 balls even for 77. Anything that's remotely in his arc he's having a dart at here. He wants to put as much pressure on Leicestershire as he can to get them desperate, get them doing things they don't want to do.
It's also a great opportunity for Jamie Smith to get another big 100.
Too right.
And you're right, if Rob Key is here, then why wouldn't you want to put a couple of 160s on the board? So,
what's he up to season runs wise? I'll have a quick check of that. I reckon I have that somewhere close by. At least I did for a day or two. I kept it on my screen. Let's see. Picking out the sweeper with ease. So see how many runs this year for Jamie Smith. It's a lot, I know that much. It's 370 last time of checking. It's probably a dozen on from there again. I know Daniel and I foreshadowed this before I jumped off comms earlier, that if he gets 100 here, it'll be the usual suspects, all going back to what Graham Hick did with 1,000 runs before the end of May. I think it's happened 9 times ever. 3 of them were Bradman, 30, 34 and 38. And the most recent was Hick. Now, Smith, given how much cricket he's playing at the moment. And it's worth noting as well, there were reports that Smith was given the opportunity to be a replacement player in the IPL and declined it in order to have this block of cricket with Surrey. That's not nothing. That he's prioritised this chunk of cricket and Surrey playing 6 games in this stretch. If he keeps on doing what he's doing right now, he will be within... well, he'll have a real crack at doing something special.
No, but I like the fact some of these players have actually turned down the IPL to actually prioritise Test cricket. I think it shows what it means to them in Australia. Yes, there are some slots. You might say the opener's slot. You know, with Ben Duckett was another one who turned down the IPL and will miss that for the next 3 or 4 years because of it, so that they can prioritise this form of the game. And I think that says a lot, because you actually, if you play too much one-day cricket, you become, you're almost becoming more aggressive, and you want to be aggressive but with a degree of calm as well, if that makes sense. So you have positive intent, but you're not just playing loosely. And I think there are times, and you might say that of perhaps Zach Crawley at times, where in particular went to New Zealand, he was looking for the big shot but outside of his sort of eye line. And I think the best way to find form is to spend time in the middle, regardless of the attack or how quick it is. But you find balance, and then that takes you forward for when you play the faster and the better bowlers that would come in a few weeks' time.
Yep, that's right. The willingness to invest the time where you feel like you want to make the biggest impact, right? And Jamie Smith wants to be a long-term Test player. Fair enough. There'll always be, not I say there'll always be, that's flippant. There presumably will be multiple opportunities across the next decade for Jamie Smith to play those
I think he's got a very high ceiling. I think he's an exceptionally good player. But you're quite right about those players that have turned down the IPL. You've currently got Jacob Bethel, who's sitting on the seats. He played brilliantly in the Ashes, but but I don't think it's doing him any favours not playing. I mean, I very nearly played in the IPL in the first year, and to be honest with you, I probably would, if I had have been picked by Mumbai, I probably would have been warming the seats anyway, because you had Tendulkar and Jay Surrey and Pollock and Malinga already playing for Mumbai. So, you know, I may well have gone there and been the first player to play there, but I may well have been the first player to play there and not play.
Right.
So we had a very good. There was a very good overseas roster, and I was potentially only a week or two away from playing in that.
In that transition generation where it kind of was sort of there for you guys, but you were probably 5 years the wrong side of it, right? There's a whole bunch of you cricketers that would have had that opportunity. That's ballooned off, hit so hard, just retrieved.
And that was at a time when there were potentially two competitions that were, and only one survived. There was the IPL, which is obviously the Premier League, but there's also the ICL, which was the Indian Cricket League.
Ah, yes, of course.
And the ICL didn't take off. We were going to put in an England side, which was going to be Goffey, Hickey, myself, Corky, and others. But that didn't take off, and it was the IPL that did, and obviously has gone to where it is now.
Continue that thought, or another if you wish. 149 for 2, 22 behind. A busy half an hour for Surrey as I bring Daniel Norcross back in for the next half an hour. Confirmation, it's tea as normal at 20 to 4, so an hour from now. We're halfway through the middle session. We lost about half an hour of it due to rain. We don't get those overs back being the final day. So Surrey, with 50 overs left in the game, trail by 22.
Right. So the deficit's just 22 now. Significant that, because Surrey, I think, well, look, you know, they just want to bat through the day, but if things get a little bit hairy, getting ahead, we say runs count double. So you score the run and the opponent's got to get the runs themselves. Also, of course, you've then got that change between innings. So as you get deeper into the game, then the equation comes. Rayan Ahmed is going to bowl.
Do you see things getting hairy, Dan?
Well, I am, as you know, Ali, a nervous watcher when things. And you know, look, if I wasn't absurdly one-eyed about Surrey, then I would look at this game as 150 is up in a game that's seen 520 play 691, play 151 for 2. With the side batting now, probably needing to bat another 37 or 8 overs to be safe. And say, oh, a wonderful shot, too short from Rayan, and put away well by Smith. There is a fielder at deep cover, but he's got that well in front of square, didn't give the fielder out there a chance. So, I mean, he's played a few of those in this match, actually, shots off the back foot. Really well timed, goes to 83. Then yes, any sane human being would look at this and say, well, this is 90% likely to be a draw. But when things matter to you, you get a bit squeaky, don't you? I mean, when you were playing, I'm going to fling it back to you. If you were in that dressing room now, would there be any anxiety at all, or would you just be going, yeah, we got this?
I don't. I think WinViz would be more than 90% for the draw, if I'm perfectly honest with you. I think you're in the dressing room. Bearing in mind, they bat very deep anyway. Surrey, there's nothing in the pitch that we've really seen, or to really test these players. I think, and I said the way Jamie Smith's playing, it doesn't really matter who's coming on. He feels he has their number. He's in great form, and he's finding it very easy to score without any risk, really. I mean, even you might say there's a little bit of risk with the sweep slog, but he's lined that up for quite some time now, and knows it's a free shot.
So what you're telling me is that the fans are idiots like me.
I would never call the fans idiots. I would say I can be a nervous watcher, but I wouldn't be nervous about. I think there's more chance of these two both scoring hundreds than there is a defeat on the cards.
I think that's a fair assessment, but she's a funny game, cricket, and I'm not going to be. I always feel that if you get too complacent in these matters, and of course it isn't true, but that you bring on disaster. So I'm keeping a watching brief, and every run that's scored that ticks down to 171 and then beyond is greeted with a certain degree of relief.
I think they're both hungry run scorers as well, and they both got points to prove. Ollie obviously having been left out of the Ashes at the end, and Jamie Bethell coming in and doing incredibly well. Jacob Bethell coming in and doing very, very well. And you've got so Ollie will want to go out and there and score as many runs as he can. He feels like the Oval is his home, and if Test cricket is not for him this summer, then he'll want to score as many runs as he can here at Surrey. And Jamie Smith, obviously, following the Ashes, he's in a position where he really wants to cement what he does. I think he's 25, and I think he's an exceptionally good player, and I think he's showing everyone that. I get that in the second innings at Warwickshire it was fairly friendly and the wicket was very good, and here again has been a very flat wicket that isn't necessarily conducive to taking 20 wickets in any given game, but it certainly is making sure that his form is excellent going into what will be bigger challenges ahead.
4 to finish there from Ollie Pope gives you an idea. He's prepared to unfurl the reverse, but he's played it with real care. Got on top of that. There's nobody down there. It's a big gap and it's a short boundary.
It's a good shot for him, and as a player you look at where the gaps are and you think, well, once you know the wicket is good and you feel you're in, and of course Ollie is now on 24, so you feel past 20, you feel you've got a real feel for the wicket, and is there any trouble? And as I said, both players will be looking to score. There's only 11 runs between the two teams at the moment, but it's a great opportunity for both of these to really nail some big scores in friendly conditions.
And Jamie Smith's hit 200s in his last 2 innings, looking to make it 3 out of 3. And that'll take him 1 run closer. He was up to 85. I wonder how many games the ECB will be happy for him to play. I mean, again, talking to you as a batter, it's different for bowlers, and I know some Surrey fans be a bit frustrated at not seeing Gus Atkinson yet, but you can kind of understand managing workloads of cricket bowlers, and Gus is coming back from a bit of an injury as well, and there's a long summer ahead, and he could well be playing all 6 Test matches. For a batter, do you just want to play?
I think it's different for batsmen and bowlers. Obviously, you need to, as a bowler, you need to bowl enough overs to feel that you're in your rhythm. Having said that, you want to keep players fresh. I'll go back to when Gladstone Small was just finishing his career at Warwickshire, and in his last year they played him 1 every 3 games, and I can honestly say he put on probably 2 or 3 yards of pace.
Really?
Because of that. One of those games was the Surrey Warwickshire game, and he hit the bat harder than I can remember. So my point there is that if you play every game, there are times when there's a lot of cricket. So I don't think you should, as a bowler, be playing every game. I think as a batsman, everyone's different. For me personally, I would always like to play as many games as possible. I think the only game I ever asked to be taken out of was a game against Bangladesh A, going back when I was playing every other game of a year. But I would want to, if I felt a bit out of nick, I'd also ask to play in a second team game, just to get that feel in the middle. But that's just me, and that's me feeling that actually just batting in the net isn't the same as batting in the middle.
So you're never concerned about playing yourself out of form?
I don't think you can play yourself out of form. I think sometimes if you overhit, you can lose a bit of shape. But at the same time, I think that's probably a question for, as probably Rob Key might be looking at players and saying, each player will be different, and you'd probably want to ask every player, what's your perfect prep? And from a bowling perspective, you don't want to over bowl them, but you want to feel what's right with all the medical information that you've got, and you want to keep your best players as fit as you can but get enough cricket. And from a batting perspective, you just want to feel comfortable that rest is also important, but you want to play enough cricket but still feel energised, that you're not tired when you play, and no one's going to be tired when you're sort of playing for England or anything like that. You're obviously up for that, but if you have that little bit of rest, that can also help as well. So you want that happy medium of being in good form, and and at times it might be time with your family, or times doing something. It could be golf, could be anything. I think it's a blend and a mix of that.
I just want to see if we can get a look at the offside field is going to have to change here, because the previous ball was a simple tap into the offside with no danger whatsoever, and 2 was easily taken. It's almost like they've forgotten they need an extra cover in there. Now 1 has gone in. So it's a slightly better field, but at the moment Smith's finding it very easy. The reason I'm asking is because Surrey have now got 2 weeks off. They don't play next week, I believe. Then they're back here for back-to-back home games, Essex and Sussex. So there'll be 4 games in 4 weeks. Then there's a test match early June. So there's a bit of a gap after the last County Championship game, I think, before a test match. If you're Jamie Smith and let's say you have just struck 300s, you're going to get 2 weeks off. You're presumably going to want to play the next game, but do you want to play all 4 back-to-back? I mean, Surrey would love him to, and Surrey fans would love him to, and fans of ridiculous numbers, because he could at this rate. He's got 400 runs in the season, 200 runs a match, gets you 1,200 before the end of May, which would be something else. And he's going to be playing a couple of games here. Lovely sweep that from Pope, finds a gap. It's a big boundary out there, but there are 2 fielders, one behind square on the leg side, sort of backward square leg, and then a long leg, and he's picked that gap absolutely perfectly. He's of course coming off 100 in the first innings as well, but I mean, Surrey fans would love to see him play all 4, but do you think that they might go, well, we don't want 4 back to back? That's why I'm asking, as a batter,
I think it's up to him, but then he's likely to have a reasonable test schedule as well this summer. He's certainly in prime position to do that.
Hammered away off the back foot, too short from Rayan Ahmed. A couple of 4s to finish the over 11 from it. 174 for 2, and Surrey are in the lead.
I also don't think you don't want too long a break as well, even though he's in great form here. I mean, I played a game here, funnily enough, against Leicester. It was a one-day game, and I got 100 in this one-day game. Felt really good. I'd said to the coach, who I think was Steve Rickson, could I have this Bangladesh game off? He said yes, as long as you're back for Tuesday. So anyway, I went to New York for the weekend, and I came back, and having been playing really well on I think it was the Thursday or something like that, I then had 4 days in New York. I came back. It was a bit of a worry because I thought I'd get back a lot earlier, but there was a plane crash in Russia or something like that, and our plane was delayed. So I was supposed to get back late that night. I didn't get back until the following morning. So actually getting to the ground for the time I was meant to be here was like half an hour instead of like 10 hours. So, but I came back, and I was in a completely different form to the one that I'd ended with on the Thursday night. So you want to keep just doing enough, I think, and sometimes he'll know sometimes just a few throwdowns that feels good, that'll do. So, but every player is different, and I think it's worth.
Oh dear me! That's it. With a wide down the leg side. Now that one has just shot out of his hand. It's just come out all wrong.
That's Harmison-esque.
Well, the last time he started an over with 2 wides, there were 2 more and then a wicket.
Yes.
Just a warning.
Yeah.
Oh, has he taken that? He has. What an astounding catch that is. Jamie Smith is not going to make his 100. And Leicestershire have made the breakthrough. A really, really good catch. That was hit hard, low and flat. The fielder had to dive away to his right to take it, not far off the ground. And the fun and games are over. So there we are, talking about Jamie Smith being in great form. He is. But he'd be a little annoyed with that. There was a 3rd 100 in a row there for the taking, and it's the old Ajaz Patel trick. Wide wicket. Really good catch. Down on the boundary. Tom Scriven taking it. Had he left it, it would have been a 3rd wide. And that is really good from the fielder, because you could sort of be forgiven down there for thinking, well, it's probably not going to be me it's coming to on the catch. It's going to be a deep square. And he's had to be nimble there. He's fast bowler, and he's moved away and taken it well.
Well, I don't think Jamie Smith thought it was going to be him either, but actually because it's been wider down the leg side, that's what's made it go finer. He's gone through with the shot. He's kept it low. It is a good catch down there.
Well, Well, it opens
You feel
up things a bit now.
Well,
again.
you feel for Jamie Smith because that's the only mistake he's made, isn't he? I think he's looked imperious for his 89. There was a big 100 there for him, and sometimes that's, he'll be frustrated because he's playing so well. There was another probably 80 up for grabs if he'd wanted it.
Yep. I think in the process of that, he's not quite made it to 400 in a season. He's a few runs behind that. 140, he was on 307 at the start. So I think he's on 396. An average, annoyingly for him, of 99 this season.
I don't think he'll be worried about that.
I don't suppose he will.
I think if you say to any batsman, after a couple of games you'll be averaging 99, having had a few innings.
Take that with you, yeah.
Most would take that.
Bradman probably.
Even Bradman,
but,
yeah.
Well, just a tick below where he'd like to be.
Yeah.
But it's an important wicket, that, for Leicestershire. And Surrey are only 5 ahead. They're now 3 down. And they've still got a fair few overs that they're going to need to bat. I mean, now that we've seen Surrey go past, you would think that they probably need to bat another, I'm going to say about 30 overs here.
I think the next half an hour will be an interesting period because Dan Lawrence will want to be positive and aggressive, and he's probably lining up over mid-on. But I think he's just a case of being patient and just accept all these wides down there. They may play on his ego. They'll know that he wants to play shots, and he's a very good player of spin as well. But it's a case of just letting it hit your pad, and it's not a great watch, but it's a game of chess.
It isn't a great watch, no, but it's worked for Leicestershire to a point. Ajaz Patel's picked up a couple of wickets, quite expensive wickets, 14.5 overs for 66, and a lot of wides in there. Oh, he's bowled him! Oh, he's left that. He's bowled Lawrence for a duck, and wow, Leicestershire are right back in this game now. Surrey losing 2 wickets in the over. Smith to a really good catch, and Lawrence to a misjudgment. He departs for a duck. The lead is still just 6. They're 4 down. There's still plenty of time to go.
That turn, on the angle here, I can see that's actually turned quite sharply. Whether that's caught one of Josh Hull's foot marks but it's certainly gripped and just clipped the off stump, but turned very sharply.
Yeah, well, we'll see that again very shortly. Here we go. Oh, it has, hasn't it? That has gone a long way, and that's the danger. If you're padding up, you've got to get your pad to it. You've got to smother it. It's all very well leaving it, but it's actually just taken his pad away from the line of the ball and allowed it to bounce, spit and turn. Whereas there, he really just needed to get that front pad right to the ball. But
it's almost Gatting-esque, isn't it?
Almost.
I know it's a left armer and not a leg spinner, but my point being, Gat, that was, if he'd covered it, it wouldn't have been the best ball of the century or whatever it was.
No, if he just got round it, used his Henry VIII-like frame to smother the ball.
But it has turned sharply.
Well, it's changed the entire complexion of the match. You said to me, "Am I nervous?" Well, you somewhat thought that perhaps I needn't have been. I think am I allowed to be nervous now?
Oh, well, you've got Ben Folkes at the crease, and he is.
You're a very soothing influence, Ali Brown.
He is a reliable
very
yardstick,
soothing,
isn't he?
But yeah. But the ball's now spitting and turning and bouncing out of footholds.
To be fair to Leicester, not only have they played very well throughout the game, they've got a plan on a flat wicket.
Yeah.
And
well, that's what having some spinners can do for you, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah.
There's a sage mumble from behind me as well. Says Phil Walker.
He's a Spurs fan, and he's mumbling.
He was in some dismay yesterday.
I know.
We don't want to go there.
I know.
I tried to cheer him up with a couple of thoughts. Firstly, that they might yet stay up, and then the other thought being that he might have a lovely season in the Championship. They win a lot of games, but he was having neither of them.
If they do stay up, who do you think will go?
Well, I hope it's not West Ham, because it'll upset my wife. So
it'll upset me.
I need it to be Leeds or Nottingham Forest.
Yeah.
Sorry. Mind you, that said, if Leicestershire fans are listening, I dare say they'd be perfectly happy for Nottingham Forest to go down. So I think we might all be able to agree on that. Right. So this game of cat and mouse has gone rather well for the... I don't know, who's the cat and who's the mouse in this situation? Is Ajaz Patel a cat or a mouse? I think he must be a cat, isn't he? They never define their terms, do they, when they talk in this fashion? So there's folks just getting the pad onto the ball. That was the error that Dan Lawrence made. He kind of like went to, sort of not quite towards the ball, actually almost opened the pad out to allow free passage to the stumps.
He must be the cat, mustn't he? I would imagine, and then toying with the mouse. So he's toying with Surrey outside the leg stump.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's what it is. Yeah.
I think that would be the dynamic.
Yeah, I'll go with that. But this lead is just 6. There are 4 wickets down. By my calculations, Leicestershire need to get 6 wickets in about 30 overs. There'll be a couple taken off between innings. If Surrey go at 4s, 126 in 14, that's a 9 and over. 10 wickets in hand, perfectly doable. That's if Surrey go at 4 and over. They might go, if they're trying to save the game, could go into their shell. That's why runs are important. But protecting your wicket is also important. You off? Or is it time for the power? Well, he's come at just the right time. There's a large... Oh, well, yeah. He tries to pour water all over his laptop. He's felt a bit clumsy today as Walker. Are you menopausal? You're reaching that age. I do sympathise.
Definitely existential. Don't know about menopausal. I am getting more clumsy though. I have noticed this.
Yeah.
I was watching them warming up this morning, walking along the steps.
Hammered away for a very welcome run.
Yeah, watching them in the nets, striding along in my sunglasses, collar up, feeling good about life. Walked straight into one of the chairs in the JM Fin, smashed the right side of my knee.
I can believe that.
Yeah.
Did you have a bit of a swagger on you, and then after that swagger became something of a limp?
Yeah, I'm sure a few of them noticed.
Yeah. Did you style it out?
No.
Just went, ow!
Talking of,
it's a good bit of fielding at wide mid on, keeps it to 1. And, Leicestershire are going to be Tiggerish now. They're on top. Certainly for the next hour, they're going to feel that they can force a win here.
How small is the window that they have here?
I think they've got another 30 overs to bowl Surrey out.
Yeah.
Perhaps 32, 33, that sort of thing, tops.
So a cubby hole?
Well, I don't know. 6 wickets in 30 overs. I would say that's like a small child's toy chest.
Right. Anything can happen then.
Yeah.
I tell you what,
well, more than a cubby hole.
I mean, it was a 1 in 10 chance Stevie Eskenazi round the corner from Ollie Pope in that first over that Ollie Pope faced. But if that happened to have stuck, it would have been slapped all over social media for the rest of the year. Don't worry about that. But
might have got in the England team.
If that had stuck, then I tell you what, this would be right on this game.
Well, it is right. They've just lost 2 in an over.
Sure,
Phil.
Sure.
Come on.
I know.
Get with the programme.
I know.
45 overs remain today. I'm at ticking down the over stage. I'm also, and it's totally unfair of me, but I'm eyeing a really big cloud away to the right, and I am serenading it. I am calling for it. Only problem is that they take an early tea, but come on.
Yeah.
There, you could sort of see it there. I mean, it doesn't quite do justice to it. That looks a little bit like the painting that's hanging in my sitting room window. Well, only the sky bit. I don't have a painting of
the Kia Oval.
No, my wife would. I've got a painting of Douglas Jardine, but I'm not allowed one of the Kia Oval as well. That would be pushing it. I slipped that one in under cover of darkness, so to speak. These wides. I don't know what you feel about the wides. If you're a Surrey watcher here, the wides just give Ajaz Patel another bite at the cherry.
Oh!
Didn't play that particularly comfortably, didn't Ollie Pope? But he does know that it's pitching outside leg, so he can't get out if he gets a pad on it, which was the error that Daniel Lawrence made.
Yeah, for sure. I'll tell you what, though, it was a beautiful delivery.
Lovely.
Yeah. You sort of really went hard, didn't it, on the breeze and seamed into his pad, and then obviously
Is there a case for just opening up your stance a touch?
Well, that's
Just
the
so that
convention.
so you can get a little bit sort of to smother it.
Yeah, that's the convention against the left armour. Lawrence has quite an open stance anyway.
Yeah, but
Obviously, it's an error on Lawrence's
but
part.
the leg didn't go towards
But
the
it
ball.
was-
It sort of almost ushered the
Yeah.
ball past the leg.
But still, it was a beautiful piece of bowling.
It was. As befits a test spinner. Got 3 for 67 here on the 4th day.
Yeah.
Leicestershire have been really smart. Now, you know, you could be forgiven for turning up today and just thinking, right, we're going to give it a good go, lads, but not really believing in it. But they found a plan that they believe in.
Yeah,
and
they
that's,
have.
I think, the genius of what Holland has concocted with his troops today.
Yeah.
He's given them reason to believe.
I would also...
That's a fine shot by Pope, relieve a little bit of pressure. He's going to have to run them, though, because he hasn't quite timed it. There'll be 3 here for the taking. Time was when that might have been an all run 4. Actually, he's just let it plop onto the rope. So we won't have to go through all the bother of running the 88 yards.
Don't be afraid to change it up as well. Go round the wicket just for a couple of deliveries. Just keep the batsman honest. I know he's picked up a couple in the previous over, and it's a really interesting ploy that has paid off for him.
Played that really well, though, did Pope, because he really opened himself up to be able to go sort of in to out. End of the over. Another one ticks by. Just 44 remain today. The lead 14. I think it's time we built up the tension, you know.
Yeah, there's enough tension in that
cloud.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a biggie.
Yeah.
Can you see it? I mean, I'm not concerned about those clouds, but Leicestershire might be. They would take an early tea, wouldn't they? Tell me that they're allowed to do that.
I believe
they don't have
so,
to
yeah.
wait till 3:40.
It's only lunch that's sacrosanct.
I thought tea was sacrosanct.
Oh, don't put me on the spot, Daniel.
We'll find out for you if and when it should happen. Spin at both ends now. Leicestershire with their tails up. Another wicket here. And then, look, Surrey do bat deep, but you are moving into all-rounder territory. And we have seen in recent years just how difficult it is to bat out for draws. Ben Folkes at Somerset so nearly got Surrey home a couple of years back, you remember?
Googly.
Sun is out. Sun is out at the moment. But there's a cloud that will shortly obscure it. I'm pretty sure it's coming this way. It's nicely worked into space. Every run important here.
Do you think the management here at Surrey will be slightly concerned that another game drifts away here? A lot of runs put up against their attack. It's 5 draws. If this is indeed going to end up as a draw, five winless goes at home.
Yes.
For the home team.
Well, I mean,
now stretching back to May last year.
I'm sure they wouldn't say it to us.
What do you think?
It would be very weird if they weren't, and I think part of that will be a concern about the surface. End of the over. Another one ticks by. 43 to go. A part of that will be the surface because, yes, they will look at their attack and say, could we have bowled better? Jordan Clark, I think, felt they could have bowled better in the on the end of the second day, was it? I think it would have been the end of the second day. But by the same token, this is a tricky surface for taking wickets. They've elected not to have their spinner in the side. I'm not sure how much Ralphie Albert would have got out of it before these footmarks had arrived, and he's a young spinner as well. They've signed a spinner for the back end of the season,
right?
For when they think the pitches are going to be more responsive for that type of bowling.
I think signed for 8 championship games.
That's quite a few, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
but they are going to be the ones after this tranche of 6, by which stage you expect pitches to be a little bit drier, a bit dustier and whatnot. And I think more the concern will be that we've seen so many runs scored at the Oval, not just off a Kookaburra ball, is there enough in the surfaces? I think another part of it is that they'll be very aware that Dan Worrell and Gus Atkinson are to come back into the side at some point when Worrell's fit and when Atkinson is permitted.
Yeah.
So
Worrell is a
I don't think there's sort of
huge miss.
There'll be no panic stations or anything of that sort. It's nicely tucked away by Pope. Takes a single. The lead extends to 18. Nowhere near enough yet. Still be thinking they've got to bat for another between 28 and 30 overs or so, which is quite a way away. Tea is in half an hour.
Again, more encouragement, just squares Ben Folkes up a touch. Covers it comfortably enough in the end, but definite turn.
Patel's bowled unchanged, does he, in this spell? 17 overs, I think. He won at midday. Worked into the onside of dot ball to finish 2 off the over. So I'm getting out of the way. I think we're going to see some Ollie Pope. And I think, oh no, but he's not here. Adam Collins. He's not counted. Yes, he's disappeared. Don't worry, so you got more of me. No need to sigh in that fashion.
That rain break throws havoc on our schedule, doesn't it?
Oh, here he is. Here he is. I'll get you out of the way. Look, the lights are on, the clouds are coming, and Adam Collins has arrived.
So Ryan Ahmed coming in again, managed to squeeze one past the outside edge previous over. A bit shorter this time. He's not got too much spin away from the right-hander across this game.
On the contrary, it feels like he's not really tried to turn one at all, has he? That way, it's been back towards the stumps, which, you know, makes sense when you're trying to suppress Surrey as they were in the first innings. But here, look at that! No. Just thought for a moment it'd gone a whole way through. Collected the back pad. It's gone, that's for sure.
Yeah. So he's beaten Ben Folkes now on both sides of the bat.
Lovely.
That's beautifully bowled.
Yep.
Just outside the line. Top spinner. That's his lethal delivery. Getting into his work here. Flatter this time. Bit too short.
Ooh, I just wonder what you're going through that scenario building and so on. I wonder realistically how many overs they've got here, Leicester. If you try and take weather out the equation, it's hard to do that because we know that there is weather about. But if you assume that all of these 41.3 overs are going to be bowled, what's their realistic window here?
Absolute tops of 25 overs I think they need to bat, really, because with the field set as it is, you're still ticking over. You'll have a lead of 100 to 125. Change of overs as well leaves you, Leicestershire have got 15 overs thereafter to get up to about 120, 125.
Yep.
And that then becomes problematic for them. Not just that, obviously Surrey can put 6 or 7 men on the boundary, but they don't want to lose 4 or 5 quickly up top either.
Misses his length there and pays for it. So Folkes just eases the squeeze to end the over. 7 runs from it, 196 for 4. Now, package here of Pope v Spin, Phil.
So he offered up that chance straight away.
Yep.
It would have been a screamer, Stevie Eskenazi in there. Thereafter, he's been comfortable enough, been padding it away. He's lined him up pretty well overall. The odd sweep shot, but he's played within himself. Echoes of Hyderabad as well, that masterpiece. 196 there, second dig as well it was. And that's fine. He hasn't really looked in too much trouble across the course of this innings, and I think that early chance that he gave made up his mind.
Oh, there's that sharper spin that just occasionally we're seeing from Ajaz Patel.
Yeah, the only time he's ever picking up runs really in that region is if it's very, very full, and then he'll just roll his wrists on the long half volley around behind square, pick up a single, but he's been content just to kick it away. Anything wide outside off stump, he'll punch it past mid-off. And again.
Right on cue. 50 mile an hour just underneath that marker. Man just drops back a wee bit at mid-wicket, might go the whole way back. So 3 back on the leg side if he wishes to go for it. We won't here.
But look, you know, we can build out these scenarios and as we tend to do, but the bottom line here for Leicestershire is that they came into this game on their uppers a little bit. It was a sobering experience last week in their first game back. So there we go. That is the tossed up delivery, and Pope did fancy that. He thought it was full enough to get on top of it, but...
Well, he caught it on the full, but the problem was the bit of the bat it hit.
Yeah.
It was there to sweep for sure.
Yeah. I think too many exactly. Right off the toe end.
That's better.
Punched.
Yep.
Beautifully.
Up to 47. Over pitched, made the most of it. Despite 3 being back, he had enough time to set himself and play it straight to the man at wideish mid-wicket.
But look, Leicestershire will walk away from this game feeling emboldened for the season ahead. They should do.
I don't think they should. I mean, and they won't be, by the way. I think their mindset should remain. They should really give themselves a proper opportunity for 10 overs here. And I'm not sure what that constitutes, but I appreciate why the left arm over the wicket into the rough, to the extent to which there is rough, is being implemented. I know why they've done it. I understand it's earned them a wicket. It's indeed brought them a couple of wickets. Hello.
Wakey, wakey,
don't nod off yet. Don't nod off yet. But if they can manufacture something, if they can get rid of Pope, they have to back themselves. I mean, you're right about providing themselves with a certain amount of time to bat, but even if they gave themselves 15 overs to bat, we know that we saw a crazy chase here a couple of years ago, late on day 4. Rayan Ahmed, can he be the man? Wrist spin does funny things to a cricketer. So that's going to have to be it. If the game's going to move forward, Rayan Ahmed, that might be part of it.
I agree, absolutely. Patel, I was saying it just before you came on, don't forget that round the wicket on a spinning track now, left arm round, is the business against right-handers.
True.
Ollie Pope is settled in now. He's batted for 65 deliveries. Apart from that 1/4 chance early on, he's not really given up too much at all. He looks very at ease against that angle now. So make him think about something else. Go back round for a couple of overs, crowd the bat, make him play 6 deliveries in a row. You might just find a little inside edge.
And you flip it round to Surrey, and where they're seeing this, if they can be, if these two are there in 23 minutes when tea arrives, just the way they're playing, they're continually looking to score. They'll have pushed the lead out to 60 odd. And that will change the way in which Leicester can set fields after tea.
What does Ollie Pope not want Ajaz Patel to do? He doesn't want him to go round the wicket for the next 3 overs with 4 men around the bat.
Yep.
He doesn't want that. He doesn't want to be pushing out in front of that front pad, mindful of the inside edge, mindful of the possible pop-up catch, mindful of one turning and gripping. He doesn't want that. What he wants to do is pad it away for the rest of the afternoon.
Struck that very nicely. Work to do on the rope sweeping. Scriven, who's taken an important catch in this session. One of the 2 wickets to fall. Jamie Smith for 89. One of 2 wickets for Ajaz Patel. Make that 3, my apologies. You can almost feel the revs on the ball. He's trying to get it to fall off a cliff with that top spinner. Well negotiated by folks. 100 last week.
Yeah, they're working, I know, very hard on trying to develop this leg spinner. If Rayan Ahmed can develop a leggy that just turns just another 10-15% on average, gets a little bit more body into it, then he becomes a really deadly weapon, I think.
2 off, 202 for 4. Leads 31 for Surrey. 39 overs left, so checking them off. Surrey losing wickets in the 42nd over. 2 of them, Smith then Lawrence. The Jazz has 3 of the 4 today. He'll continue. Lights are on here at the Kia Oval, as you can see there. Not a huge crowd, but those who are here would know that this game remains alive. Well played, Ollie Pope. The patience game. Short leg, Weatherald. Leg slip, Eskenazi. Slips Rishi Patel.
Go round.
I think the moment. This is getting too last. I think the moment's come.
Yeah.
You're accepting that. Again, I totally get it to this point. That with every passing delivery, even a sharply spun one like that from outside the leg stump, Pope's getting more and more conditioned to playing it. It's going to take something pretty special or a brain explosion to undo him, one or the other. You'd think. Signalled wide on the basis of the direction he's been provided. When he misses that leg stump and misses the batter, it's going to be signalled a wide. 32 to lead. Here are the Peter May boys, always there.
19 wides now. Just to Ajaz Patel's name.
Love that. One of the great quirks of a final day spinner over the wicket, isn't it?
That's it.
Rack up the wides, but it's all part of it. Another opportunity. Another one there.
Round
20.
it up.
There's quite a lot of extras in Leicestershire's first innings. 48 of them, 22 no balls. Surrey bowled. So one ball to go in the over. Yeah, at what point did they just change it up? And again, it might be worth still doing this to folks, but to Pope, who has a method which you've already gone through in that bit of analysis a couple of overs ago.
You're just not going to get it, though.
No, not over the wicket, you're not. 204 for 4, so a couple of wides from the over. 27 sundries in this innings, leads 33. And we've got 18 minutes until the final interval of the match, and yes, I regret to inform that there are some fairly punchy clouds to our right. I feel like I can see the rain falling out of one of them over the back of the Archbishop Tennyson School. It's not near us, but it's not that far either.
Yeah. Yeah, from this vantage point, you can see it coming in, literally. A grey sheet.
You might be able to get
deposited from that
just
cloud.
to the right of our shot. Oh, there we go. An old-fashioned scorebook as well. We've got to mark off every run that's made on the final day.
Stadler pencil as well, the classic.
Chopping down hard. That just fundamentally feels more threatening to me. Over the wicket. I know it's a different discipline, wrist spin to finger spin, but folks slip short leg next to him for company. The rest pretty conventional. Deep point the only sweeper. Short side of the ground. So an easy single helped him get off.
Raynar was preferring to bowl at Ben Folkes. Disappointing, really, that mid-off's on his heels there.
So two spinners at the Oval isn't something we've seen too often in recent seasons. The benefit of it is getting to bowl on the final day. Googly, but gets a nice look at it well outside the line.
Ollie Pope then. One bit away from another 50. Been a good game for him.
It's a better line to folks, making him play. Can he get one to bounce? That top spinner to bounce. Can he bring Weatherald into play off the shoulder of the bat? Something like that. That's what they're looking for here, with the way that Rayan's bowling over the wrist. Perfectly negotiated by folks. So far, so good for him. 37 overs left. 206 for 4.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to watch Rayan Ahmed across this summer with the ball in particular. Especially when all four results are available on a final day later in the summer, when teams are forcing the issue against him. They have to take a risk or two. His accuracy is good. His career economy rate is pretty good. 3.6 across first-class cricket for a 21-year-old leg spinner. 5 of those test matches as well. Across his 36 first-class games, they're good numbers. He's pretty accurate. You can add just a bit more. Sorry, Adam. You can add just a bit more into that leg break, and maybe find himself in the guts of 1 or 2 big run chases where it falls in his favour. This is what we're going to be looking for from this singular cricketer, I would say, this year. There's so much to get excited about in him.
Did Daniel report that we've got a result at Manchester?
He didn't, but I have seen it, yeah.
What a result at that. We were talking this through before, where Derbyshire was set 138 to chase at Old Trafford. Fully. That's a 50. So Ollie Pope, 103 first time around. An important half century here. Helping guide Surrey into the black, into the lead, and nearly to safe harbour. Nicely played. So, all out 108 Derbyshire, just 34.5 overs. And who was the man? Who would you expect it to be? J.M. Anderson, 4 for 18. Got the last wicket as well. The skipper. So we started the season with a 5 on opening day, and then a crucial 4 to defend 138, won by 29 runs. Anderson, 4 for 18. There you go. A lot of people will like that. Folks' turn to kick away from outside the line of the leg stump.
34 overs across the game. Getting a few into his legs. 23 in the first dig.
How many wickets first dig?
Took 2 for 60.
He's probably leading the country for wickets, I'd say. So he got a 5 and a 3 last week. So
yeah.
he's, just doing as Anderson will do.
Yeah. Opened the bowling in the first innings with Mitchell Stanley, who's an interesting cricketer. Good to see him getting a red ball game and getting some proper overs in as well. He also bowled 23, took 3 for, and took a couple in this final day as well. In fact, just 1 for he picked up, but it was a key one. Getting Louis Rees
way wide. Not signalled though. It's end of the over.
Yeah, it's okay if you throw it out that side.
Yes. See the. Speaking of going around the ground, Surrey women won their first game of the season against Warwickshire a couple of days ago by 52 runs. In action twice this week. A tenner in here at the Keir Oval. Wednesday against Yorkshire, Phil will be commentating. Saturday against Durham. One-day cricket, early season, first block of it for Surrey's women in Tier 1. Got a very exciting batting group. Indeed, their whole list is top class, as you might expect. A tenner here at the Oval. Bring the family, bring the kids. Rain Ahmed. Short leg's gone, not sure why. Perhaps it's to help facilitate getting folks back on strike. Pope takes an easy single to wideish cover. Also saw Hampshire finish the job. They bowled out Yorkshire for 211. Thumping win for Hampshire. Important after last week that they bounced back.
Yeah, indeed. They looked like a rather ragged outfit, in truth, last week. I watched a lot of that game against Essex. That's a really good win for them.
Glamorgan holding on. They can't win, but they're 8 down. They're sort of nagging away there at Nottingham. Kent holding on, 5 down in Division 2 against Northants, who have made a truckload of runs in the first couple of days.
Yeah, it's been a good start, though, in the top division. Results are plenty across the first 2 rounds. Somerset, Sussex. Oh.
Short, bang. One bounce over the rope, went the aerial route, just on the edge of the green. Skipped up there.
So, yeah. Somerset registered a win. Sussex, of course, played 2-1-2, which is great to see, really, with all of the problems that they've experienced off the pitch. Well, it's not reflected on it so far. Essex, of course, won last week. Hampshire have now picked up a win. So it's good to see spreading it around.
I'm sorry to say that's what's coming. So, yep, 35.1 overs. Come on, miss us. Give us the last session. I don't want it to be a wet end. Well played, Ben Folks. He's started the season looking very handy with the bat. That 100 to get Surrey out of big trouble last week. Brisk 50 on day one here, which went under the radar with all the other scores that were made, but immediately came out and was doing as he pleased and done a good job of settling things down here after Surrey lost 2 wickets in the space of an over on 176 and 177. We've got 10 minutes until tea. Scriven's going to get a bowl here by the looks of things. So that's the other end. Our Vauxhall end. Not quite as problematic over here.
It's going to be Tom Scriven then back into the attack.
He hasn't had a crack today.
No. Just going back to the table, obviously very, very early days, but you know, for fans of the smaller counties, so put upon by the financial realities of what they're up against. Sussex, in winning their first 2 games, are already on 29 points, even with the deduction, the 12-point deduction taken into account, and so they are right in the guts of it. Right in the mix immediately. It's great to see.
Good story.
It is, it really is.
Considering where they were 4 or 5 years ago, youngest list in the comp.
Mm-hmm.
Intentionally so. In Division 2, but way off the pace. Promotion, some shrewd signings, some good overseas work there. Of course, Pajara, a big part of that story for a few seasons.
Yeah, they'd already be 7 points clear if it wasn't for the deduction.
And John Simpson, who's been a revelation since moving clubs, relocating down to Hove. And a really strong group, 2 wins to start. Scriven's first ball.
The sadness is, of course, that Paul Farbrace head coach will leave at the end of the season. That's already been announced. His salary is such that it's not really realistic for the club to be able to pay him and keep hold of their other stars. So with great reluctance, he's already accepted that he's going to be moving on, and so it will be with a number of their star players as well. The long-term future is good for Sussex, but the short-term they're going to have to take that hit.
2 catching mid-wickets, but misses down the leg side.
It would be, Adam, one hell of a story if they could overcome that 12-point deficit and get it done at the end of the season. They have the team for it. No doubt they have the players for it. What a story that would be.
Yeah. With your magazine editor's hat on, that would be a great yarn.
Maybe it's Sussex in the Sergeant Pepper style.
1 slip, Cox up, 2 mid-wickets. Leg stump put away. Pope being fed there, so Scriven hasn't found his mark yet. Being used belatedly in this innings. Picked up 3 wickets in the first innings. Burns caught at mid-wicket, feels an eternity ago. A couple later on.
Yeah, so the light is not great either. Can't be far off the levels that we went off with yesterday. And if it does stay like this post-tea, not sure they'll be coming out again.
Yes, for all of the scenario building that felt worthwhile when I jumped on commentary when it was not long after a couple of wickets. It now feels like one way or the other. Shaking of hands or rain or light or a combination of the 3. We won't quite go down the straight.
Well, even just this little cameo from Ben Folks just settles any concerns. 36 deliveries he's already eaten up.
He's a fine player.
He certainly is, and exactly the kind of stickability that that Surrey prize and value so highly in a team of stroke makers and counter punchers. He's the adhesive that holds the whole thing together. What a player.
Terrific keeping. Down the leg side, the bails were off in a flash.
Yeah, it was the balance as well.
Yeah.
Let's get that back up if we can.
Hope
Just
so.
a beautiful piece of work
Just
by
how
one of the best
easily-
in the business.
Yeah, I mean, for most, that's a dramatic sort of take down the leg side, having to jerk into position, not Cox.
The beauty of it, Adam, Sarah Taylor talks about the flow. It's all in sync, it's all sinuous, and that's what you get there. Look at that, it's fabulous work. Keeper to keeper as well.
That's behind the pavilion as Rishi Patel comes on for a go. Can they break the concentration? That's the thinking here. Can they prompt something unusual? Part-time bowlers can from time to time do that, especially in the lead up to breaks. 5 minutes until tea. If they were to get a wicket to end the session as they did before lunch, that would give them something to work with, albeit very narrow route to victory with weather around, but still.
Look, it's been a fabulous game, and just seeing Rishi Patel come into the attack reminds us of how many good personal performances we've seen out there.
Yeah, his 164 was top class.
Really does bode well for Leicestershire. They've taken 14 wickets, they've created numerous chances, number of quarter chances and nicks that didn't quite go to hand in that first innings. On a flat one here against the most formidable team in the country.
Floaty.
Here we
the
go.
one you want.
Here we go.
Pope had a long time to consider what he would do with that ball and thought, right, big old gap between deep point and long off, that's where I'll place it. Maybe a bit of nerves from Rishi Patel, first ball of the season for him as well. Doesn't get turned to too often. Ooh, overcorrection.
Oh, lovely cricket all round, folks. Clip that one up.
That'll get a run. Couple back on the leg side. Deepish mid on as well, where there'll be a single if they want one.
There
There
we go.
it is.
That's it.
Very relatable experience. Spinner on, full toss, half tracker. Aha, now we've got the rhythm. It's the third one. Usually more a wrist spinner's affliction, to be fair. Nice. So they'll get one more over in after this delivery before tea. It is free after tea, of course. Don't know how much cricket you're going to see.
An incurable optimist, Adam Collins.
Maybe. If we don't say the words free after tea a dozen times each day, then are we even doing our jobs? 7 runs from 226 for 4.
We can only do what we can do.
That's right. We can talk up the competitive finish.
Yeah.
Sometimes people misunderstand that, I think, with commentary, taken as a whole, not just us or whatever. They think, oh, commentators are encouraging a certain thing. They keep barracking for a certain thing. I guarantee you, the vast majority of times, commentators are barracking for the story. It's the best possible story that people behind the mic are seeking.
Indeed.
More often than not, Scriven will bowl that last over before the tea break as it gets darker and darker by the second.
It's a sign, by the way, the Oval's 7G Wi-Fi, or whatever it was, has packed up, folks. I was going to go around the grounds just for one last hurrah. And it's a sorry that page can't be found kind of moment. I think it's a sign.
404, whatever it is. Yeah, the legs slip in. No conventional. Two catching mid wickets as well.
Yes,
so
please.
they're going funky. Yeah, this is dark enough that if this weren't the final over before tea, they might just have a little word. That's the
50 partnership.
50 stand, which has been brought up pretty comfortably. They've been together for 13, 14 overs. No subsequent chances after Lawrence fell second ball.
Look, Ollie Pope had a job to
Ooh.
do. Whoa.
That's a spot of lightning to our right. Not
Off
sure
we
if
go.
Did the umps see it though? Because the umps were together. So they're doing the light meter. I saw the lightning, so did you. But
Yeah.
they were looking the other way. They were catching up.
Off we go, surely.
So if someone else saw the lightning, then they'll be off because that's the convention. Or they might get radioed down to them from the third umpire, fourth umpire, sorry. So, yeah, they have to go because of the lightning. We know that. That's the convention. So that will be tea.
And one suspects.
And one suspects, but let's go with the first bit to start. So 227 for 4. That leaves Surrey 56 runs ahead. This partnership's worth 50. The 2 wickets in the session after resuming at 105 for 2. With Jamie Smith and Dan Lawrence for 89, so he fell 11 short of 3 tons on the trot. And Lawrence, second ball duck, both to the bowling of Ajaz Patel on 176 and 177 respectively, just after Surrey got into the black, remembering they started this second innings 171 behind. And they'll take this tea break as it was scheduled, albeit 5 balls before they would have otherwise walked off at 227 for 4. So folks 16, Pope 63. Phil, any parting thoughts before we hit pause for a moment?
Only slight disappointment that Jamie Smith couldn't just keep his cool for another 11 deliveries, but that only really satisfies the nerds in us, really, the statos in us. He'd already done his job and then some. Best part of 270 odd runs across the game. Obviously a big 100 as well last week, so he is absolutely back loving his cricket, and good runs as well for Ollie Pope as well across the game. An unbeaten 63 as it stands, and obviously that first innings 100. So he too is back in form after a tricky winter. Overall, I would say that Leicestershire, if this is indeed the end of this game, can walk away feeling like they absolutely belong at this level and that they have a way to do it on flat tracks. In Ajaz Patel, signed for the year, they have a very, very good option, and come the shakedown of this game, for me it'll be Rishi Patel's knock in the first innings, the emergence of a really top-class homegrown player.
Phil Walker, with rain not yet falling, but the covers on, lights on, rain surrounding the Kia Oval, and Surrey 56 runs ahead. We'll take a break here. The final interval of this clash between Surrey and Leicestershire. 227 for 4. Hopefully back in about 20 minutes if the weather stays away.
covers are now being taken off in the hope that we can restart by 4:30. At which time 8:30 will be lost.
Welcome back. Ground delay. Play to resume at 16:30. If no more rain, there's been no more rain. So we're back, baby. But we've lost overs because it's the last day. Take it up with Phil Walker. 24.5 overs remain to be bowled today, which I've got Ali Brown alongside me. Daniel Norcross seems to suggest that I think Leicester should need to bowl Surrey out in about 10 overs, which is quite an ask.
Well, it's a big ask, but they come with a plan. I mean, it's a massive ask, and it's not something I'm expecting at all. But at least they've come with a plan on how they're going to take their wickets, and I know that's resulted in a number of wides and extra balls. But at least they've got a game plan of how they're going to do it, and they've picked up a few wickets because of it.
They haven't just come and gone, okay, well, we're going to do what we did in the first innings and hope for the best, hope the pitch deteriorates. They've gone, big Josh Hull, come on, give us some footmarks.
I mean, fair play to them. They've turned up. They haven't turned up here to have their tummies tickled. They've actually put up a really good performance. 690 is a very good effort, bearing in mind the runs that have been put at them. And as I said, they've really showed their true colours.
Yep, and I'm pretty hopeful. I mean, there is a bank of cloud away to our right, but it's a bit higher and it's not as dark, and I can't see it being rain-bearing because we get a very good view from where we are at the Vauxhall end, and you can see all the way out into southwest London. And there's none of those streaky tendrils of rain out in the distance. It's just a little bit dark and gloomy, but it's all right. But the sun is shining at the moment.
Well, there's a rainbow over London at the moment.
Oh, how charming. There is, isn't there? Isn't there? So, we're going to resume. And I say 10 overs. I mean, I think actually you could extend that out to about 12. I mean, if Surrey score 3.5 and over in 12 overs, they'd get the lead up to 104. We'd lose 2.5. They'd need 10 and over. That's probably the sort of limit. But 12 overs to get 6 wickets, it seems like a very tough ask, but it's not impossible. As Scriven resumes from the pavilion end to complete the over that was interrupted by rain just before tea. I mean, to a degree, Leicestershire, I mean, they're not fortunate because they've lost overs today and they needed all of them, but they're slightly fortunate in that the rain happened during tea. They could have, if it had happened straight after tea, the game would probably have been abandoned. But the ground staff have got it back on. They were very nimble out there. And Scriven turns in once again. I think looking to get through this over as quickly as possible and return to the spin strategy. Would you expect, Ali?
I would expect that. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how Ollie Pope deals with these these overs, because there's a chance to get 100 in both innings, isn't there? And 37 away. But if they take the left arm approach coming over the wicket again, there's going to be an element of risk with that, but a risk and reward. We'll see how he goes with that.
Yes, he's got that. He's also got, sort of ironically, his better chance of getting to 100 is, assuming he's not out, is for a couple of wickets to fall, because that'll keep Leicestershire interested. It might make them bowl into the evening session. If, for example, Surrey bat for half an hour, 8 overs, don't lose a wicket, extend the lead to 85, you can sort of see a shake hands at that point, and that might not afford Ollie Pope the time to get to 100. Yeah, of course, he might get out. But he's looked good today. He's looked good back in his home patch. He was a bit unfortunate, I thought, last week against Edgbaston. He clearly felt that he hit the ball, big, thick inside edge onto his pad, and he was given out an LBW. And you could see he very rarely shows that level of exasperation. He threw his head back in exasperation as if to say, look, I'm having a tough enough time as it is without this happening to me.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's dealt with it really well. He's done everything that he can do. I think he's played very well in both innings. So yeah, of course you're going to get frustrated. The last thing you want is you're left out for England, and then suddenly you get a call that doesn't go your way.
We mentioned Ollie Pope, but as if by magic, let's have a look at him today. Not just there fiddling with his gloves and punching them. He's got 100 in the first innings, and look at that majestic off drive, holding the pose. Graceful as ever. Unfurled the reverse, which was good to see. It's a big gap down there. Cutting balls at the base. Classic Ollie Pope shot that, give himself a bit of room. And that was a very smart one, because Ajaz had been tucking him up, firing into leg stump, and he's just opened himself up a bit there, gone inside out, not given a chance. So He's on 64 and he's another 36 for his second 100 of the match. And coming in to bowl at him is Rehan Ahmed. I think we'll see Ajaz Patel at the pavilion end. This is where Leicestershire have been for a fair bit of the day. And I think this is their very best chance of forcing a victory. They're going to need wickets. Obviously, that goes without saying. It's the speed at which they need them, though, because Surrey have got that lead. And fairly obviously, every run they get, Leicestershire then have to get back. Of course, Leicestershire would be able to play with a lot more freedom than Surrey, because they'll have 10 wickets and they'll know they can't be bowled out. They can shut up shop at any point. Which is why I think, you know, even with there are no restrictions, so Surrey can put fielders wherever they want them. There is a big boundary on one side. They'll look to be bowling at that boundary, but we have also seen that umpires are very happy to wide the ball as it goes down the leg side. So 10 and over with a short boundary on one side is certainly within the bounds possibility for Leicestershire. But for that to happen, they've got to pick up these 6 quickly.
But I like the way they're widening down the leg side, because it's a negative policy. It's one that I think Leicester have done very well with. Actually, they've picked up their wickets there and they've got that plan. But at the same time, I think those should be widened. Otherwise, you'll be able to get away with cheap places to bowl and to get away with that.
Yeah, it's about time, isn't it? I mean, thoughts goes back to 1996 and Bulawayo. When do they not? Simon Mann's first Test match for Test match special, that was. Yeah. And it's famous in Test match special history, 230 for 4. Everyone remembers the flipping murdered them quote, because Heath Street was throwing it down the leg side, wasn't he, time after time, and wasn't being wided, which is why I mentioned it. England ended up scores level, but with wickets in hand, so it's a draw, not a tie. And David Lloyd famously gave that quite amusing quote. But for Test match special listeners, I'll give you a peek behind the curtain. Henry Blofeld was on commentary in that game. Probably at the peak of his powers, 1996. Still really acute. He'd found his rhythm and his voice. It was brilliant. It is going to be Ajaz Patel. Oh, and a reverse. It's going to rattle its way down towards the boundary. It's going to be 4 more for Ollie Pope. That's just the sort of thing that might hasten the end of the game. A few more of those. And we haven't seen him reverse Ajaz, actually. He did to Rehan. Anyway, the game was exciting. As we take a look at that again, he's fetched that from outside leg stump. Done very well. Take the score up to 234, the lead to 63. And Henry took it upon himself to commentate uninterrupted for an hour and a half. He didn't care for this new flibbity-gibbet Simon Mann when the game was exciting. Peter Baxter was the producer. And so now... Oh, now then, I wonder, is it a bit of interest from the umpire this time? No. So now, and it's been in TMS folklore for 30 years now, if a commentator goes slightly beyond their allotted time, 2 or 3 minutes, the cry from the back of the box comes up, Bulawayo! And that is supposed to alert the commentator who has been on all this time that perhaps they might want to skedaddle. So yeah, that's why Bulawayo is close to my heart. I know you've done matches in Bulawayo. I've never been to Bulawayo.
I haven't been to Bulawayo.
World Cup, of course, going to be taking place in 50 over World Cup, men's 50 over World Cup in Zimbabwe, Namibia, South Africa. It's found the gap there. Pope should pick up at least a couple. They might think of a third. Yes, they will. Takes Pope into the 70s. So, with a bit of luck, I might finally get to see that part of the world. And the Under-19 World Cup took place partly in Namibia. I spoke to some commentators who said, yeah, great time in Windhoek. Really liked it. The capital of, I say Namibia, Alex Hartley pronounces it Nambia to rhyme with Gambia. Big fan of the Nambians, Piquet La France and the like. Ruben Trompelman, another wide. It's been a profitable over this for Surrey. Another 9 added runs are important in the context of the early cessation, or indeed, however the game may progress. Padded away to finish. 239 for 4. The lead 68. 22 overs remaining. Just a reminder that you lose a couple of overs between innings, so if Surrey were bowled out in 7 balls, 6 wickets in 7 balls, so it would be 20.5 overs left. Leicestershire would have 19 overs to get the 68. So they already realistically need to go at, totally unrealistically, need to go at 3.5 and over. That equation will change as every over ticks by and every run is scored. Theoretically, at 10 to 5, as long as the overs have been bowled up to that point, they are able to shake hands. But at the moment, Leicestershire will still believe that there could yet be a twist. Oh, that's gone through the field for an extra cover. That's not going to help Leicestershire's scores. It'll certainly help Ollie Popes as he moves to 76.
So picture the 10 to 5 scenario and the possible shaking hands.
With Ollie Pope
Ollie Pope on 98.
Yes.
What?
It's a bit Graham Hick, isn't it?
I know, yeah. I mean, I think he'll bat very positively. He'll probably try and take that out of that equation. I think he's batting very nicely. But,
well, you brought to mind a great memory of last summer. Remember at Old Trafford, India against England, and England were defied by the pitch on that occasion.
And they would have shaken hands, but they didn't want to.
Would have shaken hands, but what did the players get to 100? And I understood it from both sides, actually, that these guys had batted so well that they wanted to get their 100. But also, from England's point of view, which is, well, come on then. You've drawn the game. What's this all about, this nonsense? What I felt Ben Stokes should have done, and it really annoyed me that he didn't, was put everybody on the boundary and let them push the ball into space and then just stand there and wait and let them run 21. Just watch them do it and go, well done, mate, and walk off. Because then he would have made his point. They would have made their 100 and the game would have been over within a ball. Albeit quite a long ball, because it takes a while to run 21 runs. Unless you're Michael Johnson.
Would you have timed that as well, 21? I mean, I know you were talking earlier about the quickest way into the commentary box.
I would have done, yeah.
So
I'd have
21.
got stopwatch out at that
do you
point,
have any stats for that?
Well, you'd have to be running over 400 yards, wouldn't you? And with your pads on and everything, into the over 244 for 4. I think it would be reasonable to expect someone to do that in about 2 minutes. But that 2 minutes would be a darn sight less time than having to bowl the 6 or 7 overs that they did bowl in the end.
But it would be a bit longer because you'd be a bit, could you trust someone like Ben Stokes and not sprint in as they turned and try and go for the run out?
Well, no, the problem then is that if they had done that, then they would have just batted through for the rest, every single last ball. So I think I would have been able to trust Stokes. But I think you might have just got this stalemate because nobody wants to take those 21 runs because it doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
Or whatever it was that they needed. So yeah, I think a couple of tricks were missed there, and I thought everybody was wrong.
So effectively, we got 10 minutes for 23 runs, if you wanted the 10 to shake hands.
Yeah, I mean at the moment, Leicestershire. I'm not sure Leicestershire would shake hands at 10-2 because I think they still want to believe that they took 2 in and over. And look. I don't know how you feel about this, but I would have thought that this tactic of firing it in was not too far away from the short leg fielder actually, but it was off the pad, so it wasn't off bat. Picked up another couple of leg byes. I think top order batters are probably more comfortable doing that. Might ask a different question of, Tom Laws or Shaw. Now, good players, but I don't know how many times they've had to pad away balls outside leg stump. Whereas, for Ollie Pope and Ben Folkes, it's a little bit more in their skill set. So I think Leicestershire might really take a couple of wickets and trying this tactic against a lower order batter would still be in with a chance. The lead's now up to 76. And now, so we're down to like an absolute maximum of 17 overs that Leicestershire would be able to face, even if they took 6 wickets in 6 balls.
You fancy as it gets closer to 5. I think 5 o'clock would be a fair assessment, and you feel that Ollie might just unleash the sweep to 1 or 2 of those balls if need be.
Except that I also think that Ben Folkes might be a bit in his ear, because in that famous game against Somerset, when Somerset were about to shake hands, a wicket went down. I think it was Dom Sibley, wasn't it? That's running away down towards the boundary. It won't make it all the way there. Wait to see umpire's signal. Was there a bit of bat on that? Don't see a signal from the umpire. So another couple of runs. 5 more to the total in that over. The lead up to 78. Yeah, it was just a little bit. A little bit of bat. On that occasion...
I love the way he's looking at it as bad as he is.
Yeah, runs for me.
Yeah,
for me.
2 more.
That wicket fell, and they were basically about to shake hands. They were going, right, this is it. And then I think Sibbers got out, and they went, oh, we'll have another look for one more. And then Folkes got out, and then the rest is history. So Folkes might be saying, I know it's slightly different because they've got runs on the board here, and that wasn't the case against Somerset. But Folkes might be saying, let's not take any risks here, because...
Well,
point.
They're playing good cricket, aren't they? I mean, Ollie Pope's reverse sweep a few overs ago. I mean, he's a good player of that anyway. So it doesn't really feel like a risk if you're a good reverse sweeper. You know you're taking it from outside a leg stump as well. So
yeah, he's got that through. Full bung up. Help yourself. Folkes gets 4 more. The lead up to 83 now. And Folkes into the 20s. It's just slipped out of those cold hands. The key was the placement. There's a mid-wicket and a mid-on. He managed to find that gap, but he could almost pick the spot. So I think we can be fairly sure that the pitch has defeated us today.
Are you slightly less nervous at the...
I am.
Yeah.
I am. The two wickets in the over didn't do me awfully good. I mean, I'm on blood pressure medication. I felt the benefit. He's done that a few times today, has Ben Folkes. He's latched on to the short ball. Another boundary. The lead up to 87. And even with a miracle now, Leicestershire are only going to have 15 overs, even if they rattle through Surrey in an extraordinary fashion. Highly unlikely extraordinary fashion. So this game is meandering to a draw. It's good fluent stuff from Folkes. He started this season really well.
Looks quite effortless, doesn't he? And he has done all year. You might say he's not quite as explosive as Jamie Smith, but he looks very tight. Makes it look quite easy at times.
Well, looking for positives, Leicestershire have got plenty. Surrey don't have any positives with the ball, really, but they can look now at a batting line from number 3 to number 8. Have all made significant contributions at various points in the 2 games they've played. 4 players have made 100. Tom Laws has made an 80 and a 36, and Jordan Clark in his first innings of the season has made 70. So, and actually Sean Abbott batted well in the second innings at Edgbaston. So the batting side of things is going very well for Surrey. It's quite hard to judge because they've been playing on 2 very placid surfaces. But end of the over, a lead of 88 now, and I think the only interest left in this game is whether Ollie Pope's going to make the charge for that 100. He's 21 away.
Well, I'm sure he'll make the charge for it. guarantee you'll be buying a ticket. I mean, the thing for me is, I think the wickets that Surrey look to play on going forward need to be ones that they feel they can get maybe a bit more bounce, and this one hasn't really. It's been quite placid. It's been an easy pace pitch, and I think that hasn't suited the extra pace that Surrey have, which is an advantage. Hasn't really played because of it hasn't really zipped through. It's kept a bit low. Edges have not always carried, and I think they've lost their advantage in that. So I think it's certainly something to look at going forward.
Yeah, I'll be fascinated. The next County Championship match here at the Oval is in 2 weeks' time. Co-production with Sky. Likes of Athers and Nasser and Wardy Butch will be in the building. And I'll be fascinated to see if there's a bit more grass on the pitch, perhaps. It's always a great game against Essex. There have been some absolute humdingers here at the Oval over the years against Essex. Oof. There was that one that Surrey lost, but in their championship winning season, and then won the title with a game to spare. Most topsy-turvy game of cricket I've seen here. Conceded a first innings deficit of around 400. Still only lost by 1 wicket, I think, the last day. Their only loss of the season. If we get a game half as good as that, it'll be fun. I haven't checked the other county championship matches.
What games are you looking for?
Well, are they all done? Are we the only one left?
Lancashire beat Derbyshire.
Lancashire did beat Derbyshire, did they?
Jimmy Anderson got the last couple of wickets.
Low-scoring thriller.
Yeah.
Wow. Yes, I see it here. End of the over. Just 18 remains to be bowled. Anderson stuns Derbyshire as Lancashire defend 138. Wow. He took 4 for 18. Well, out of retirement?
Yeah, back in 6 weeks. Why not?
Why not? Get him past Shane Warne's 708. He needs another 5 wickets to go past him.
Yeah, that would be a surprise, wouldn't it?
I think that would be the story of the decade.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be quite fun coming back out of retirement after everyone's written your cricketing obituary. Crunched away by Pope, might give him 4. It does. He's into the 80s now, up to 83. The lead 92. He must have a bit of licence now, doesn't he, to have a go? Because the issue is that they could shake hands at the end of this over. So is he allowed to have a dart in this over? Doesn't look like it.
Well, on one shoulder, I'll be thinking, can I use my feet here and go over extra cover? There's if you can just clear mid off. But yeah, he's 17 left.
Studious in defence.
To be fair to him, he's actually, he's playing the team role really well, not letting it go to anyone else. And they have shaken hands.
I think they have. They have. That is it. That is the end of the game. In mid-over. Can you believe it? So we sort of expected that to be the case when we started the day. We've had some entertainment, an absolutely magnificent knock from Jamie Smith. And then a very good one from Ollie Pope, both of whom got hundreds in the first innings, both of whom denied hundreds in the second innings, but 180 not out for Ollie Pope is just what he needs to kickstart his season. Ben Folkes with another red inker, 28 not out, batting for a draw this week, 30 odd not out last week, batting for a draw. But Leicestershire accredited themselves really fabulously in this match after conceding 520. Got the best of the conditions on the first day, putting Surrey in, but they came up against Jamie Smith and Ollie Pope, who were hungry for runs, but they did not wilt in the face of 520, putting on 691 runs themselves, a record for Leicestershire, and they've shown that they are not going to be an easy side to beat in this year's County Championship Division 1. For Surrey, a little more frustration, another placid deck. It's a heartbreaker, really, for fast bowlers, low bowlers, bowlers generally. But the batters aren't going to be complaining. They're all in good working order. Centuries always help with a bit of morale. And Surrey will collect 14 points for this game, Leicestershire 15, so they will consider that definitely a win from their point of view. I think it's probably reached, obviously they come to every game looking to win, but to come out of here with a 15-point draw, they'll be delighted with that. Ali Brown, we've kind of chewed the cud for quite a while in this game. It's one that felt like it needed to be put down yesterday. It has finally been put down today. Disappointing as a spectacle, but there have been fun moments in it.
No, lots of positives. I mean, for Surrey in particular, lots of players in good form. I'm sure those openers will come good as well. I mean, they're two very fine players. So if Burns and Sibley start scoring runs as well, they're going to be a very difficult team to dislodge and bowl out twice. But to see the middle order in such good form, and they look incredibly strong, don't they? And from Leicester's point of view, I think they came here and made a very good account of themselves. I think they've stepped up a division. They certainly haven't shirked the issue. They've come and given Surrey a game, and to be faced with over 500, you've got to get past 350, 370 to break that follow on, and to do it with ease and then go forward. And I love the way they did that. So lots of positives for both sides. I think Surrey, as I said, will probably want a bit more bounce from the wicket, I think, for the games going forward, and then I think you will take 20 wickets in a couple of innings. But yeah, haven't won the first couple of games. That's probably not the start they wanted, but they will get flat wickets, I think, when they play away. But I just think they need a little bit more in the wicket just when they're here, because their batting lineup is as good as any in the country, and I think they should just take that going forward, and 20 wickets for Surrey will lead to some wins.
They'll fancy their chances, won't they, on a pitch which offers for bowlers that their batters can out-bat anybody, and we've sort of seen hints of why, or more than hints, in the last couple of games. We'll take a look at the card before we head off. Surrey finishing today 263 for 4, an abbreviated day. Only 62.5 overs could be bowled. I'm not sure that's made the difference. I mean, we lost 16 overs in the day, but I think we were heading for an inevitable draw anyway. A brilliant 89 from Jamie Smith, some super shots in that, and got out to a super catch actually from Scriven. 83 not out for Ollie Pope. Burns out early on. We thought it might get a bit interesting, and those two quick wickets for Ajaz Patel. Surrey 177 for 4 made you just wonder, and it was Patel who did the damage today. 3 for 92, bowling to a plan, and a good plan actually, on a pitch that didn't really offer anything else. Holland with that early wicket, then didn't bowl again, and no one else was able to make the breakthrough. Rayan Ahmed just couldn't find anything in this surface for him. So there's the match summary. It's a draw, an inevitable one, it felt like, from the moment Leicestershire got into their work. That brilliant 164 from Rishi Patel, and a first century in 7 years for Ben Cox. A very good one at that, in partnership with Stevie Eskenazi, who also got 100, not on that card. Earlier, Jamie Smith's 166 was sumptuous, and a very fluent 103 from Ollie Pope, back in his happy place here at the Oval, to go with that 83 not out. Smith and Pope starring in both innings for Surrey. Laws 4 for 141, but the pick of the bowlers probably was Jordan Clark with 3 for 97. Match drawn. Surrey take 14 points, Leicestershire 15. We're back in 2 weeks' time. Surrey have a bye week next week. There is no cricket for them. There are women's games, though. We've got a game on Wednesday. Do try and pop along to the Oval if you can't. We'll be doing the live stream for that. Phil Walker will be around with Mark Church, among others. There's Chatley, who's going to be playing, I have no doubt, the talk of the town, Surrey keeper. And stream will also be on YouTube, live stream, the usual places to find it. 10:30 start, don't get caught out by that. And Surrey's women playing on Wednesday and Saturday. I'm in for that one. Really looking forward to it. This after Surrey scored that mammoth 389 the other day at Edgbaston, so it could be runs galore. We've had a lot of fun bringing you this game. It's a shame it's petered out into a draw, but from all of us here, from Phil Walker, from Cam Ponsonby, from Ali Brown, from Adam Collins, from Yaz Rana, missed anybody out in the commentary team? No. From our producer George Gompertz, Mark Worsley, and all of our long-suffering cameramen. They are men, because they are out there in the most appallingly cold conditions in this game. It has been tough, but they've had 5 layers on, and they've been able to bring you, I think, splendid coverage of what has been a game that spluttered in fits and starts. We saw some terrific batting, but it didn't really quite give us the excitement that we might be hoping for. Let's hope it's all different in a couple of weeks' time. But from all of us here, it is goodbye.